You ready? I'd like to call this meeting to order today, this budget workshop on April the 10th, 2024, and welcome everyone here this afternoon. Would you please rise and join Council Member Billy Mosteller as he leads us in our Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Dear Father in heaven, thank you for this beautiful weather that we're having in spring, and thank you for everyone here today that's come to discuss the budget and stuff, Lord. Lord, be with us. Give us wisdom and guidance as we conduct business for Lancaster County. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Let's move on down to our approval of our agenda. To have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion from Mr. Carnes, second from Mr. Griff. All in favor, raise your right hand. We have unanimous approval of our agenda. We will move down to number 5, our discussion and action items, our opening budget remarks. Mr. Marstow.
Time out today for our first budget workshop of the fiscal year. Want to thank certainly our finance team and all the department directors. You'll start hearing from them today for individual budget requests. But you talk about trial by fire. I really do have to recognize Jamie P. and Sabrina Harris as our budget director and our finance director for being on the job for 2 months or so in one occasion. They've really picked up on our process. They brought some new ideas and new energy from their experiences in the past, so just want to express my appreciation to both them for their work in putting this together and getting us rolling. As we go through, kind of like last year, I want to talk about, as I think about getting to my recommendation and as we work through some things and make sure I'm meeting your needs, is really the process is aligned with our strategic plan. So I want to thank you for your leadership about adopting the strategic plan, but also last year making significant strides in compensation. I think that will come out this year as we talk about it. But I do think what you're seeing from our department directors today, we are aligned with the county's 5-year strategic plan, and within this budget we will continue to highlight how we are aligned. As we highlight here, there are more than 50 objectives tied to the 5 strategic focus areas. As you recall, it's in public safety, quality development, infrastructure, high performance, and resource optimization. As we think about the 25 budget, certainly want to maintain our fiscal health. That does remain at a healthy fund balance. Also, we are cognizant that these are taxpayer-provided funding for our services. Also, building upon last year, the competitive compensation benefits, we've made great strides. I do know that we're the envy of some in the region. We just hired some more firefighters for the Indian land positions, and I know some of those new positions are internal, which is great news, but we've also been able to attract some folks from other area fire departments. So our pay has really had a positive impact in that and across our organization. Recruitment and retention will continue to be critical, though, as we go forward, particularly as we talk about the impacts of growth, and we'll go on that. And we've made great strides from ARPA funds as we think about technology investments and facility investments. We look to continue to do that, and you'll hear that in some of the requests from the department directors today and next Wednesday. Talking about the impact of growth. As you all understand, I'd rather have growing pains than dying pains, and so that's one good component. But challenges do arise from growth. But I think as a workforce, as a high-performing organization, certainly you'll hear from these budget requests some innovative solutions. How do we maximize things to stabilize the county millage? We'll talk about that particularly as it relates to the capital next week. We do have some thoughts about the future, about how we address transportation funding. We're in the midst of the comprehensive plan, UDO, development, so we're making great strides. And certainly as we focus on the capital needs, we'll do that, but work with our partners. Our strategic plan highlights work with the school district, SCDOT, other towns and city in the county, but then think about our future green space parks and then public safety certainly. To give you a little bit of conversation about the impact of growth, I just want to make sure that you're aware of some of the impact. We all know the impact in public safety. You've approved positions in both fire and with the sheriff's office. We know we have the new detention coming on. We know we need to staff that up. Part of that growth, we broke 21,000 calls for EMS services last year. So the growth rate has just continued, and we see it really in public safety, but I want to make sure you also see some of the impact of growth. As we know right now, the census information came out. You heard a speaker on Monday night talking about our growth for the last year was 3.3%, cumulatively over the past 3 years, about 12.7%. And we see or anticipate that that's going to continue on this trajectory around 3%. We're the fastest growing county in the Charlotte metro area. Our county growth is faster than Mecklenburg County and Union County on the North Carolina side, and we're faster than York County on our side. But thinking about growth, look at risk management. This is a good story, a very interesting story. If you look at risk management, we've only had one employee who's led our risk management program since the year 2000. But during that time, actually, our claims have gone down. We've had this growth in some employment and issues with apparatus and different things, but we've been able to reduce our claims from 43 down to 18. So again, where we talk about staffing, where we want to work smarter, not harder, how can we use technology, innovation, incorporate training and professional development, all these I think are reflected in seeing this number. And even if you look at the dollar amount of the claims have gone down basically in half since 2000. So that's a good area where you see, yes, we have tons of growth, tons of impact, one employee, but we're able to make some, I think, positive gains in terms of our safety program and our workers' comp overall. But then if you look at fleet management, we've grown the last 5 years, roughly 385 vehicles, excluding the fire ones, to now we have a fleet of 499 apparatus that he's working with outside of fire. We do have 9 employees since 2021. We did add that 9th employee, but before that, we had about 8 employees for at least the past 10 years. So we've been able to accommodate growth, make a little bit of change with staffing on that one. Then if we have, this is actually animal shelter. That's why we had that animal shelter. Look at the growth that you see in the animal shelter. So we've had 6 employees since 2019. And if you look there, 2020, we had the COVID, but the new shelter came on board. And we had sheltered animals was 1,839. That has continued to escalate significantly when you see, even though we built the new facility, we've definitely had a demand and growth for the animal shelter services. And so that's just another example of growth and how the employees, with 6 of them, been able to adjust. Register of deeds, interesting, the number of deeds filed or registered has actually gone down a little bit since 2021, if you follow that. So it's been an influx. We had 2020, had some probably downturn with COVID, but then we came roaring back in 21, 22, went down. But again, these can go back up. But our 5 employees have been handling this fluctuation since 2020. And then if you look at the assessor's office, we have on the left column number of permits, but the permit triggers when we need to do an assessment. And so if you see on there how the permit numbers have gone up for them as they're doing some new housing developments or construction has come on, and that could also be apartment complexes, thinking about some of those. But we've been able to do that, 14 employees since 2020. We actually converted a part-time position in 2020 to have that 14th full-time position. But otherwise, they're generally operating off 13 and a half employees for over the last 10 years before that. But you can see their workload gone down a little bit this year. And then we're going to gear up, of course, for revaluation. So you can kind of see some fluctuations is what my point is, but a lot of it has been able to absorb a lot of this stuff. And so staff will reflect that in some of their requests on how they convert positions, how they want to invest in technology, and then even some of the equipment and facilities that they'll be talking to you about. But in summary, I think our strategy as we're looking towards the FY25 adoption is to take a proactive and certainly a fiscally responsible approach and clearly aligning with your strategies and priorities. And yes, we can give you a handout of this. We'll get copies for you. I think we need to make sure we have a clear vision. We want to focus on that and provide that for the future. We know the pressures of growth, and rather than reacting, I certainly think we've made some good transition to be proactive and to keep up with growth, but be forward-thinking and stay ahead of the curve. And then certainly committed to preserving and enhancing the community's quality of life. That is our strategic plan, ultimate outcome. And then ensuring that growth is managed as sustainably in a manner that benefits all of our residents going forward. And I think that will play out as we go through this process over the next month and a half. So we want to start out today is having Sabrina Harris, as our CFO, to come forward and do a little review of the audit. We did have a presentation from our audit firm, but as we do start out the budget process, it is intuitive to look at what the audit, how we ended last year, and how we're going to be positioned to start this fiscal year. So our CFO, Ms. Sabrina Harris, can take it from here. And that presentation is in your, should be at your desk or.
I think that's the first.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members, and administration. I'm pleased to be able to give you the overview and highlights of our annual audit. And I'll just start off by reminding us that we had a clean audit this fiscal year. That's confirming that our financial records are accurate and in compliance with regulations. And so I'll just go over just comparing us to our prior year activity, looking at some of the performance highlights, talk a little bit about our fund balance, and look at, just a future outlook. Excuse me. So starting with our comparison to prior year, when we look at our comparison, it reflects a positive trend in our revenue growth from fiscal year 22 to 23 with an increase of 2.7%. And while expenses have also gone up, we see that the growth in revenue has contributed to a higher unassigned fund balance. And so we ended fiscal year 23 with an unassigned fund balance of $54 million. All right, so this chart here really just shows us that for a growing county like us, it shows a strong financial foundation, presents, and this is just our fund balance over the past few years, but it just gives us an indication of how strong we are as we advance our priorities for our long-term goals, especially those things outlined in our strategic plan with investments in infrastructure and safety, and in our efforts to becoming a more high-performing organization. So when we look at our revenue year over year, we start seeing significant growth in our key revenue sources, particularly in our property taxes, which increased from $47 million in 22 to just over $50 million in fiscal year 2023. So our sales and other taxes, intergovernmental revenue, and our charges for services have also shown a positive growth trend. And so even in places where we've had a slight decrease in revenue, like in our license permits, that's just an opportunity for us to be able to explore what might be the underlying factors, and so we can adjust to that going forward. All right, so now we look at our expenses over the same time period. We can see notable increases in expenses, especially around our public safety and in culture and recreational categories. But this also reflects our ongoing commitment to ensuring that the county is safe and also in enhancing our community service and even recreational opportunities. So while expenses in our general government and public health welfare remain somewhat stable, it's important to note that prudent budgeting and efficient resource allocation has contributed to that as well, and being disciplined in those areas. So I'll wrap us up here with just reminding us that council made a decision in last fiscal year that we would allocate $1 million from the airport fund balance to recurring operating expenses in this year. And so that's starting us off with a deficit of that $1 million in our general fund operating budget. And so we'll need to account for that as we go forward. But even despite that deficit, our finance team and administrator, we work together with departments to help to come up with, to support them in developing their budgets for the future year. And our goal is ultimately that when we present the budget request, the administrator's recommended budget, that it's not only balanced, but it also safeguards our strong financial position. This approach is important for us to remain stable as we go forward, and we're also in preparation for, just gearing up for the audit again for this year, and having connected with the audit firm to try to talk through strategies about being proactive in providing information and to preparing for reporting as we start to wind down for this fiscal year. And so we're confident that as we work together to do this, we will end up with a balanced budget to present right about mid-May, and I appreciate your attention. All right, I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Mr. Chair. Sabrina, remind me again, what is our credit rating?
I don't have.
I have that. It's
Great.
AA1, so AA1, which is below AAA.
Yeah. And also, and I noticed that, the amount that we have in our fund balance. So how much are we required to keep in that fund balance to keep that rating?
18 to 32%, I believe we say. So 28 to 32, right? Yeah, 28 to 32.
Okay.
And so we're exceeding that when you look at just the general fund. So,
Okay, thank you.
What we did, one question, you weren't here last year, and could you go back to one of those slides? We took $1 million out of fund balance and applied it to,
operating.
we applied it to and we got it on there, and our fund balance actually went up. I don't understand why it's still showing up that we're saying we're $1 million in the deficit, because that was for one time. What do we use that for exactly?
See, we had all that extra money for the airport construction, so we took $1 million out because of the funding from the FAA. So we were overfunded for that, and we carried it over from the year before, and we dropped it down, I would assume, fund balance for operating purposes to hold down the millage. So I don't know how in the world that affects 2025.
I think you're right about, we did take it from fund balance, moved it over to operating. So you're right, we didn't raise the millage as much than equivalent of $1 million.
Right.
So we already know starting out this year that unless we pull another $1 million from fund balance, we have to find that revenue because it's supporting annual operating costs.
We should have plenty of natural growth.
That's what we're working on is the revenue projection. So last year we had about $3 million in new revenue. And so we're working on the revenue projections now. So we're going to find that out. We're tracking right now, and she'll highlight later on where we are in current revenues. And then we're working on the projection for 25. But the point, I think what we're talking about here is that, yes, we had $1 million we took from fund balance to put in the operating. So we have to find that $1 million either through revenue growth, taxes, or pull again from fund balance. So that's the point, is that we, hopefully if we can realize it through revenue growth, that would be great. But it's just a note that when you take recurring operating expenses, where's the following revenue coming from for the next year?
So we have not yet decided where we're going to pull it from?
No. We have fund balance, $1 million in fund balance, help balance the budget for this current fiscal year. So now we took $1 million from fund balance, moved over to operating to help pay for salaries and other things. So unless we pull another $1 million
That's what I'm
from
saying,
fund balance.
Another $1 million. I was not here when y'all made that transaction. That's why I don't remember. But I think y'all did explain it to me. I wasn't here because Alan did it.
Yeah, she was in not as good a situation as she's in.
That's right.
What do I look for first? When I looked at the audit, I really looked to get an understanding of the different revenue sources that are coming into the district, into the county, and also if I can just get an understanding of the trends to be able to try to start looking at how this can kind of feed into what we can expect for the coming years. And I will say, some of the concepts to me, when I think about the millage and how that plays into, how we adjust so that we can generate revenue for the county, just trying to get an understanding of that. And so when I look at, just understanding those things as well as the changes in fund balance over time, which is showing, some stability as far as, I think about all of the special projects that we have coming up and, with the growth in the county, how that is going to factor into the decisions that get made going forward as well.
And you're right about the spending side. So you will see, I think at the end of the presentations, we will start looking departmental on the spending side. So you'll see those comparisons, what was unexpended or expended over time.
And the reason why, because I know Alan's gonna handpick every last one of them, but I think we can justify, maybe, hopefully, why it's not balanced. Is that okay with you, Alan? All righty.
Feeling good today.
Just remember, this is his swan song budget, so.
That's what I'm afraid of.
You ready to be through?
I'm sorry.
You finished?
I am, unless you have further questions, I am.
We on time.
Yes, and we're ready for
3 minutes ahead of schedule. Let's,
our very first department, the luck of the draw this year. What a great way to start out with none other than human resources. So we'll ask Lisa Parker and Debbie Harden to come forward. And so you'll see in your packet all the information you see on the screens in your packet that we have the standardized format again. We got the overview from each of the departments as they'll come forward, and then they'll talk about some of their budget changes. And you'll also hear at the end that how many are not recommending any or requesting increases?
15 departments that are not requesting an increase, and so they've been very purposeful to look at their budgets and find efficiencies and redirect funding within their current year budget to be able to address their plan for next year.
But not to scare our first presentation, even though there's requests, they will be sure to justify those.
Let me ask a question. This handout with new position requested, are they in these departmental presentations?
Yeah, that's a compilation.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, they are. And if we could, before Human Resources starts, if we could just have Jamie Provoznak come and she'll orient you to what's in the book and also what to expect from each department as they come to present.
Thank you, Sabrina, for that. Good afternoon, Council, County staff. My name is Jamie Provoznak, and I'm your Budget Director for Lancaster County. So this afternoon, you're going to receive a series of presentations from various department directors that are here with us. They've worked very hard on these presentations, so I want to thank them. Very thoughtful, intuitive thinking, and connecting to the county's strategic plan. I do want to turn you, if you have your notebooks in front of you, those blue notebooks, there's a section that's titled Department Presentations April 10, so that's where you want to land. If you want to follow along, take your notes, any questions that you may have. Briefly, each department director was asked to prepare their presentations in the context of the county's strategic plan. So you'll be hearing about how these new asks align to the county's strategic plan. And then you'll also, on the slides, you're very familiar, you've been through this, get an overview of each department, some performance data. You'll also see the current budget that you adopted for this current fiscal year, the new ask, the why, or justification, and then the total request. So we really, regarding Parks and Rec, there's a clerical error, and I briefed Chris on that. It's on slide 9. In your books, the screen is correct, the total bottom line is correct, but in your books, that total number is going to need to be updated. So when we get there to Chris, if you wouldn't mind just striking through and following what's on the slide, that was a clerical mistake. But I do want to say, without much further ado, I'll turn it to the ladies, that, we really need your energy and your brain power around the new asks and really to help provide direction around the new asks. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Miss Lisa and Miss Debbie to kick us off. Thank you.
Thank you.
But before we start, the budget is so important and everything, but more importantly, how's Gillis doing? Is he home? And
He can go from the couch to the bed. He goes for physical therapy on his arm Monday, and we get another x-ray of his hip Wednesday to see if maybe that can start.
That's your son.
well, I've been praying for him, and I hope everybody else has too.
Fill off that ladder.
That being said, I have been out for 3 weeks, so Debbie has been awesome, and y'all know how awesome she is. So she's going to present the budget today. Thank you, council.
Yeah, talking to the mic. There you go.
Thank y'all so much. We are blessed to be here. I just want to go over a few things. The Human Resource Department consists of 4 full-time employees: our HR director, HR generalist, HR specialist, and our payroll specialist. Our current year operating budget is $931,070. Our strategic priority is high performance, and that we will continue to identify recruitment strategies to fill positions with the most suitable candidates, prepare and implement a formal county-wide training and cross-training program, and provide and implement a high-performance culture recognition program. Some of our annual accomplishments include performance evaluation program, policy manual updates. We've started a position control process with Smart Fusion, which is our payroll platform. And we've implemented the paid parental leave process that was adopted by council July 1, 2023. We have requested a few things in our budget. The first one is the HR specialist. That is a new position. Our department is in need of this position to concentrate on the training and employee awareness and engagement, as well as assist our risk manager. Our risk management department is 1 employee, and so this person would provide backup for that employee and learn record keeping and process and compliance with risk management. So we'll be sharing that position if it's approved. Another request is existing staff increases, as well as travel and training. Our travel and training increase that we're asking for will allow us to continue education for payroll and FLSA, keep us in compliance with updated processes. Then we're asking for a contractual increase as well. This is for us to provide some training opportunities for employees through EAP, possibly York Tech, and some other platforms. And then under the IT budget, and y'all will hear about the IT budget later, we have asked for the performance module of the platform we already have in NeoGov for the performance review process that we already have. This module will empower our end users to track performance and provide continuous feedback. It'll reduce the time it takes for managers to complete the process. Division directors will be able to use that platform to visually see the workflow and deadlines that they have to complete. It'll cut down on that paper shuffle that we're doing now with performance program, and then it provides a lot of analytics too for management to use. So we are requesting that in the IT budget. That is basically what we're asking for. Do y'all have any questions?
Pardon, go ahead, Charlene.
Go ahead.
I know y'all spent an extensive amount of time doing employee information about benefits and everything like that. Is any of this new software you're talking about something that will help make that easier in the future, or?
The Perform platform connects to NeoGov, and NeoGov, the entire platform, it has helped us with onboarding, pushing out things to new hires. So it's just an addition to that. It does our applications online. It keeps us in compliance with all of that. So this Perform will really help our department heads move along that performance appraisal process. Because right now they're doing it on paper.
But one thing that we talked about at the retreat when we did the total compensation, this software will not help with that. But when we talk about the larger ERP for our total financial HR system, that's where it'll be addressed, but not in the FY25 budget.
Okay.
Have we not given our employees a recap of their benefits and,
That statement?
yeah?
It's coming out.
Mr. Chair, I guess, Dennis, could you speak to the staff increase? I mean, the department's going to come and ask for increases with their staff. Now, are we going to do across the board? Is that anywhere in the discussion, or what?
Yeah, there's a couple ways we're going to approach personnel that we'll bring that to you at next meeting, but you will see at least 10 different departments have targeted some specific positions for competitiveness and retention issues. So some have, like them, HR has identified some specific positions increases. So you'll see those. We didn't want to leave them out. We wanted you to hear them. But yes, we were taking a compensation approach about across-the-board increase, maybe the merit pool, but there still could be some positions that may need some attention for competitiveness. We also will talk about, do we want to consider the actual minimum pay for employees? We're currently at $12, but a lot of department directors have identified some specific positions.
But now that will probably come in your recommendations to us?
Well, we want to have a conversation about overall personnel, because when you add up, for instance, if you take the HR request for their employees and some of the other ones that you'll hear today and next week, there could be their $125,000 just for targeted individuals across the organization. So yes, I want to have a conversation about that before I get to my recommendation.
One other thing is I noticed they read the how our budget depends on our strategic plan. I would like to see HR's part in our strategic plan, make sure that we're looking at and we're lining it up. We're lining this budget up according to our strategic plan, unless we got to bring that notebook with us. Is it any way that they could line up their strategic plans by departments?
Yeah, and so you'll see on the first page, on this one on page 4, we just to do the overall, the strategic priority. We haven't gotten down to the specific objective, but for instance, they're very integral to our high performance initiative, that one of the 5th strategies that we have in our overall strategic plan. So they are aligned, but we don't have it down to the actual objective level yet, but we're working on that. You're going to hear
I
us.
just like the fact that they read their strategic plan to us.
Yes. And Ms. Snowden will be giving you a quarterly update on the strategic plan.
Okay.
So you'll hear that connectivity.
I just have a question. It's a trick question. You know, all this has got to be pared down that we've seen in this notebook. I've been through the whole thing, so it's going to get pared down. And one thing that I believe in is that we need to take care of our current employees first and foremost. Whatever the market's demanding right now, that's what they need to be paid. And if we're deficient in that, would y'all recommend us upping the pay? Would you be more in favor of that than adding a new employee to the group?
The answer to that, lady, is both.
I didn't ask you.
That was a trap question, not a trick question.
I said it was a trick question because that's a delicate line to walk, and I think each department's going to have to think about that. You know, I know that they're going to need some new employees, but we also got to take care of the ones that are sitting there now, and we've got to give them the tools they need to do their job.
Well, I will say that our fearless leader did request make that request in this budget. But as for me, and utilize what she's requested for me for this person so that we can have the backup needed for the,
We've just
Risk
established
management.
a true HR department. I think I've said that in some of our other meetings, and not really knowing what we have. And we have so much now, and have the queen of everything with Debbie. But we've just got a really good department, and we just requested a little bit for each one of them.
But you-
Had to try.
yeah,
No, I think you should. I'll definitely try.
The workload of training and all the things that are aligned with the strategic plan is the request for the new person. It's just what you vote.
yeah. But also, we've got to understand the growth in this county, and I don't see how 4 people can do what y'all do with the growth that we're having in this county. I mean, it's just, it overwhelms me.
Okay, we were over, how many minutes now? 4 minutes? Shame on y'all. We're over 4 minutes. Thank you.
We'll now have our Parks and Recreation come forward and highlight their request.
And don't worry about time, Chris. You just do your thing.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You got the clicky.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, need our slides. No, our slides.
Got the clicker.
Oh, the clicker. Sorry. My bad. All right, so our head count. Really quick overview. Head count is 80 total year-round staff, 52 full-time, or 28 full-time, 52 part-time. Wish it was the other way around. Our strategic priority lines up with the infrastructure mode of the strategic plan. So a lot of ours are infrastructure programs, operations. Some highlights from this year are, it's not open yet, but it'll be open in a couple weeks, the Indian Land Annex. So we're very excited about getting that online, as well as some of our partners in the community are looking forward to having access to it. We've improved the facility rental process tremendously, courtesy of the facility rental coordinator we received in this year's budget. Natalie Plyler has done a great job being that one voice for us, and in turn freeing up staff for what we really hired them for in some cases. Enhanced staff development was we spent a lot more emphasis on training and development, and we're going to continue to push that as we go along. Our budget for this year on the operations includes maintenance and capital in this sense. So our capital request is about 50% less. A lot of that is because we had some big ticket items last year. We had the bus, we had the new lights at Walnut Creek, we upgraded lights at Indian Land Rec Center. So we had some really high dollar items. And this year we have some smaller infrastructure improvements at ball fields and rec centers. And then on the operating side, some upgrades again on the facilities as well. And then the personnel there are some salary increases in there, but it's primarily new position requests, again, to work towards addressing our capacity challenges, working to increase our programs, serve the numbers we're getting right now, some of the conversations we've had in the past. On the program side, we've added adult sports this year. Our pickleball league actually started yesterday up in Indian Land. So that's started with no hiccups. So everybody's excited about that. We're going to have kickball and adult softball as well this summer. And then the athletic division has been revamped. Cliff Henson and his staff have done a really good job of working with coaches, working in the community, and being a little bit more intentional about offering a good experience and good program there. We realize there's still a few hiccups there to deal with, but I think we've come a long way in the last year with kind of where we are. And then from the personnel, there is no request on the personnel side here for the actual recreation side primarily. And then the operating budget the increase here is just a little bit on some programs. We're going to look to add more in our marketing budget as we grow more on the program and specifically special event side. We want to have a little bit, it'd be nice to have a little bit extra funding from a marketing and promotion standpoint. Here's the breakdown, the request, and as Jamie was referencing in the top corner there, the 5.1 million. Showing the capital not at 1.1 million, but 535,000. So it's a big difference. The first one there, the master plan funding for 125,000, that ties directly back into the strategic plan. It's something that our department has never had. And while we had Clemson do a study in 2015, a study and a master plan are not anywhere near the same. So having this would really help us for the next 5-10 years chart a path for growth in the with our department. The Friends of Parks and Recreation is seed money to create a nonprofit, not for us to create a nonprofit, but to create a arm through Foundation for the Carolinas or somebody of that sort to, for us to be able to collect donations, offer it for programs, and it's something I believe has come up in the past, and so that's what that request is for. 7 new positions, that is 1 crew worker. Currently, we have 10 full-time. We would like to slowly build onto that, or quickly, if Cliff West had his way. But we're requesting 1 crew worker, another athletic coordinator that would help us focus on unified sports, which is serving the disabled population. We think there's an opportunity there. There's definitely a service need. And we've been talking with several folks in the community about us getting more involved in that space. 2 part-time program activity leaders, which will be 30-hour-a-week positions. Those 2 positions specifically go towards addressing our capacity challenges on the athletic side. It would free up our staff, and it will allow us to have more coverage in the buildings, outside the buildings. And by having them at 30 hours, it's a bump of about 5 to 7 hours a week. So it will go a long way to helping us in the program space there. 2 assistant facility managers. Again, this will also allow us from a capacity and operational standpoint do more with our buildings. Currently, the 2 full-time facilities, Indian Land Rec Center and Springdale Recreation Center, just have 1 facility manager each. We believe that the growth and the activity that is taking place there requires them to have assistant facility managers. It'll allow us to ensure continuous coverage. It'll make sure we have multiple people in the building, especially all throughout the day, but at night when we're closing. And then we have 2 requests for park rangers. For 2 of those, we feel that that is a need for nights and weekends to be able to address any concerns we have at any of our parks, any of our facilities. They could help work special events. They could be helping close secure facilities. They could be checking on rentals. This is a conversation that came about with some of the challenges we have down at Springs Park. And in conversations with the sheriff, we felt like this would be a path towards helping address some of the concerns and issues we have for evening, weekends. In the conversations, the sheriff would view it as a way for people who are interested in getting into law enforcement and into the department. This could be that first step. They will not be peace officers, but they will be anybody who's interested in pursuing that path, that could be an entry point for them that serves as a springboard down the road for training into the academy and into the department there. And then on the capital side, more on the operating and capital side, this is for playground maintenance. We're spending a lot more time emphasizing quality playgrounds. We have staff that are our certified inspectors, and we've identified a few challenges and items that need to be worked on. So we'd like to have a dedicated funding source specifically to address the playgrounds, and that could be replacing parts. It could be putting mulch in. The mulch contributes to the fall zone and safety. Gymnasium wall padding, this is a big safety concern right now. And so having one, and this would be for all 4 centers, the $40,000 cover all 4 recreation centers. While some of them have it, we'd like to be able to expand because it's basically at the minimum, and a couple centers need it. So that's what the gymnasium wall padding is for. And then retrofitting the ball field lights. It's not adding lights, it's retrofitting the systems so that we can control them through our computers or through our phones. It addresses, again, more staff. It frees people up instead of having to go out there and manually turn lights on and off. This would be for the Buford Athletic Complex as well as Springdale for the 4 fields there. And it would put them all in alignment with Walnut Creek, with Indian Land, with Harrisburg Athletic Center, Athletic Complex, and the Heath Springs Athletic Complex.
Yeah, let me make sure we get the right number for you. Ms. Pavuznak, you said that the number on the screen, the 5186, is the updated number from what's in the book. Is that right?
That was on one of the previous slides, not that slide. Go 1 slide back.
It doesn't match up. They got a half position more. They got 7.6.
Yeah.
Don't blame them for trying. Don't blame them for trying.
The 0.6, correct me if I'm wrong, but the 0.6 speaks to the two 30-hour-a-week positions. That's where the 0.6 comes from.
So it should line up with this sheet that you passed out? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and the number 5.1 is different in our book, so we need to change it to 5.186 on that slide.
Chris, real quickly, I got a complaint coming in today. The summer daycare program,
Yes, sir.
rec department's asking them to pay for all the weeks in advance, which comes up to about $900, which, I don't know if you know or not, but I think it's 65% of all American households cannot come up with $1,000. And that's probably Lancaster might be higher than that, 70%. Most daycare centers, you get a spot and you can have it, but the minute you drop out, they fill it with somebody else. But they don't make their customers pay all at one time because it's almost an impossibility.
I think what we're trying, and I'll clarify that. Thank you for letting me know. I think what our intent is to pay weekly. Right now, we haven't been consistent with that, I'll just say. And so there's a balance, a fairly significant balance that
Well,
we're
you know,
carrying.
it's like rental property. You can maybe get them to put a 1 month in escrow and then get it or whatever.
Right.
But to ask somebody to pay that much money at one time in Lancaster County's
I understand.
possibility.
I'll go over it with staff. Thank you.
So how long do you give them to pay their weekly bill?
Well, we're trying to correct that. We've been,
Charlene, they're asking them to pay for, if you want 8 weeks,
Yeah, I
you pay for 8
understand
weeks
that.
right now. So if you don't pay, you don't get 8 weeks. You're not promised a position.
And I understand that. I'm just saying, once you pick up your child on Thursday or Friday, you pay what is due then.
supposed
If
to.
you don't pay, do they come back the following week?
they have been, yes.
We will have follow-up information for you as we will note all the comments and things. We'll have a follow-up document for you all on this.
But I agree with Alan and folks that send their kids there can't afford $1,000.
But I mean, it's due now, like today or tomorrow, I forgot which, so something needs to be rectified quickly.
We'll deal with that quickly. Thank you.
Can you go to that last slide? with
Yes, sir.
profit?
Last slide. That one?
Council put our request in.
Absolutely.
Pickleball is the big thing.
You don't
We
see.
have tennis courts down on Woodland Hills. When I ride by, rarely, if ever, do I see anybody playing tennis. Is it in the plans, or is it possible that the rec department would be looking at, can you inlay pickleball courts on a tennis court?
You really can't. The way the lines match up, you really can't. And then we've been talking with pickleball folks and also been having conversations with the USTA because they're interested in doing more from a tennis standpoint in the county. So we're trying to work with both right now and make it work, but having the two of them on the same court, the
The
lines.
next year, I would ask that staff look into maybe converting one of those two
Okay.
to a pickleball, because I've never saw both courts being used, and I'd appreciate that. I
Sure.
And Chris,
think that's something that people would, that facility would be used a lot more.
Okay.
one more observation I've got is, well, I probably have this with every department, so don't take it personal. So where's the justification for these increases? Meaning, I keep hearing about all the increase in participants in sports. I have no idea where they are increased at. So does Indian Land need more soccer fields, or do we need them in southern end or the middle, greater Lancaster? As a decisioner, it's hard for me to know how to justify to my constituents why we're going to go up. And one more thing too is, y'all are on the cusp, I know, and you probably already thought it through. But just using basketball courts as an example, we know how many we have available to use. We want to use the school districts if they'd let us, but if they don't, there's only so, in basketball season, there's only so many slots available for practices and/or games. Have y'all done the algorithm to figure out just how many teams is your max capacity? Because then when people don't sign up, you just have to say, I'm sorry, we're full.
Right. Spending time working on the capacity is something Cliff and his guys and working with Jason, they have been working through that to understand the fields, matching it up with practices and games and officials. So we've paid more attention to that than we have in the past, maximizing rosters to be able to take more kids instead of doing smaller rosters. So it's still a bit of a work in progress, but if we don't get additional courts through any of the faith-based partners or the school system, then we know we're going to have to cap our numbers. And our numbers are kind of capped right now.
Do you know what that number is, though?
I don't have that off the top of my head, not right now, no.
But if y'all
We're working through it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think y'all on the cusp, and I think it's probably easy to calculate because you can calculate practices could be X number of minutes, and then, of course, you might need to have a little 5-minute in-betweens, and games are going to take X amount of time. And so there's only this amount of time in this court, so that means we can only break it up so many ways for practices versus games. That's all.
So real quick, we have 35 baseball teams, which is an increase from last year. Indian Land Soccer has 40 teams. The South End has 39 soccer teams this spring. So our numbers are still very strong, very solid. There's a demand. We still have the wait list. The wait list could always be there depending on what we get access to from additional courts and facilities.
Yeah, I agree. We have to max out.
Mr.
Can
Chair.
you give us those numbers in one presentation?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if anyone has had the opportunity to go up in Indian Land lately, but the work that has been done on the annex is just fabulous. I mean, it looked like a sore thumb when we first, setting out there and we insisted that we keep the building and we use it for something for the public, and it has been transformed to something that is really matches and fits right in, and I think it's going to be a great asset to the community.
Now,
Thank y'all for all the.
What are we using that annex?
It's broken up into two multi-purpose rooms, I think 74 people capacity for each one, something like that. So it can be used for small churches, community meetings, things like that. But
We're talking with Council on the Aging.
Really nice.
Yeah, we're talking with Council on the Aging for them to be able to use it 2 days a week. It's also going to be a polling station. So we're going to be coordinating with our counterparts here to be able to set that up starting in June as a polling station. So it's a flexible, multi-purpose kind of event space for us. We can use it for programs, we can use it for rentals, events, parties, different things like that. So it just gives us a lot more freedom instead of trying to jam things into the recreation center activity room if we already have big programming or tournaments or games going on in the gymnasiums.
Yeah, I got a question, Chris. I was looking over the fees and rent and stuff, and I think they're a little bit low for me personally, for y'all to rent it at that price and then have to pay your maintenance crew to go in there and clean it back up or comb at artificial turf and stuff. But could you put possibly maybe have another fee that's attached to that pays for your guys having to come back in and clean things back up, feel ready again, like some type of $25 for a fee for maintenance when they get through?
Yes, sir. I believe we'll double check that with administration, but I thought that was something we talked about adding to cover staff costs. We do have a line item in here for staff. We haven't addressed the staff overtime and a rate to be able to work specifically and address that.
Okay, I just thought those fees were a little cheap.
Well, we're trying to keep our fees in line with.
But I'm talking more out-of-state people, out-of-county people that's wanting to come in and use our facilities, and then us have to go back in there and clean up behind them and stuff like that. Those fees are real cheap, so that's more I'm looking at is more of out-of-town people wanting to come in and use our facilities.
Okay.
I think there should be a larger fee for doing it, or either have some type of a fee on there for, when they get through, for us to have to go in and get the field back like it's supposed to be for the next person to come in.
And we do have a non-resident fee in the.
Yeah, I
those
seen that
schedules,
non-resident
so
fee. It just didn't seem like it was enough for me for
That's, okay.
somebody coming in our county and using our facilities and you know, even these artificial turfs, in so many years, we're gonna have to replace them. So the more people we got coming in using them out of town is wearing our fields. And that's why I just feel like we need to charge them if they're gonna come in here.
Okay, we'll take another look at it. Thank you.
That brings up a good point. Do we have a plan for how we're going to pay to replace all this? And are we starting now?
Plan to do what?
A maintenance fund.
Maintenance fund
Fix our
to,
synthetic turf and other things for our new facilities. I will say, given the life of the synthetic turf, we've not thought about our 2 new facilities. But I think, as Chris, you've heard even what we did this year for lighting and things. We've been thinking about that and some lighting, but no, not for turfs. We do not have a sinking maintenance fund established yet.
And that's more what I'm talking about. Those turf fields is what's gonna really cost us to have to fix back. I mean, the other ones, we can plant some grass or whatever, but we're talking millions to fix these, to redo these other ones.
And just for me, a general comment, you know, number one priority is always public safety. But for me, behind public safety, this is the most used department by far. I mean, this total, I would dare to say how many hundreds of thousands of people, players, parents, fans, or whatever, go through our facilities each year. So, I mean, this is where our future's at, and I'd like, I think in the next few years, we need to look, I know you talk about adults, but we need, I was shocked to find out that we didn't have any programs for teenagers.
Teenagers, right.
And that's the most at-risk children in our society, because that's when the peer pressure comes in. And you know, I'd rather, it seems to me like the kids that played ball have a better chance, I guess, more chance of getting positive leadership than a lot of kids that don't participate in these activities. So this is something as the future.
And I think, Chris, y'all are talking about starting up some teenage sports or
We just started
categories.
talking about the teen population this year and trying to understand, like, what do they want? We don't want to just say, hey, we're going to do a basketball league for the teenagers, right? They're a little bit more advanced than that was. So what other services, what other programs can we be offering them? We don't want to assume it's just all athletic-based. We're partnering with the Sheriff's Department this year. Sergeant Murphy is doing a youth academy this summer. And so he's going to be taking them around the county doing different activities, and one of them will be coming by the rec center and probably Wiley Street Pool. So opportunities like that, and where can we partner with some of our, our different organizations and departments in the county too, to not be duplicative of work and resources.
For teenagers, you're probably going to have to do some type of co-ed, and something that I've seen in some other places that I've been by in other counties is kickball seems to be big with co-ed. To me, that would be something they could get together, boys and girls, and play. And
We've talked about esports as well, because that's something that's big at the collegiate level, and so some high schools are incorporating that more. So that there's an aspect there with the technology that we might be able to do some programming with as well.
I agree with what Steve said. We've got to increase our funding for parks and recs, because that's where our future is. And I know for years we have not done that. And I think we need to look at.
A long ways.
Yeah, we've come a long ways, but we're not anywhere near where we need.
got a ways to go.
All right, any more questions, Mr. Clouden?
I just want to say thank you for your forward thinking about getting people trained to be playground inspectors. Everybody wants a playground. Everybody wants to take their kids to the playground, but you got playground and then you got risk behind it. So I don't think Ryan likes to have to deal with that kind of stuff, but there's a lot of risk involved with playgrounds, and we want to keep them as safe as possible.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
We're going to take about a 3-minute break, 5-minute break. Mr. Louise will be joining us by teams. We got to get him on board, so.
Well, just note that Chris went 20 minutes over on his
I don't think
presentation.
that's his problem.
I think that was us.
It was Jason's fault.
I think you can see where that's very important to this council and this county. has not joined us yet. If he does, he'll just, he'll call in and be able to participate. But we need to go ahead and get moving again. We're already behind.
Yeah, tell him call.
I think, we ready? Let's see, we're looking for information technology in GIS.
Better watch it because Alan's got his time clock up here. He's
Yes, I'm going to
clocking
be
everybody.
super quick. So, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of council. Yeah, hey, I just need money. So, I appreciate all your time and effort today. And all right, so we'll start out here. Maybe, okay.
We better call IT.
Yeah. All right, so I'll try to be as quick as I can. Anything you guys need clarification on, please just let me know. So on our first page, you could see our normal budget is 4.1. Our requested budget, it looks like it's 5.4. These numbers did change. Me, Sabrina, and Jamie were trying to get you guys the latest updates because you know my number one thing is fiscal accountability. So the only things I do want to let you know that's a little bit different, the highlights and impact data, I forgot to change that over. So it should look at one of the three things that I'm looking forward to and that we've done so far this year. We moved to the .gov, right? We're moving everybody over to the .gov domain. We have standardized the purchasing of all hardware and software coming through IT, working with finance and procurement. And the third one is the GIS enhancements that we're doing. So we have LiDAR and 3D mesh coming. So economic development is really big with y'all. That's what's going to get us the tax money that we need to keep going forward. This is going to be a tool that can, the images and information that this will give us out will be a game changer. We're actually looking for this coming year. We're trying to get 2 awards, one from the National Organization of Counties and a BESRI one. So I just do want you to keep informed. I know we had to make mention that I did ask a change on the schedule of fees. We have an outdated version of how we do our GIS mapping fees, so I just want to mention, I want to take those all off of there, but leave 2. One of them is just a poster size, and one of them is just a change. With GIS now, we have that all online free. So this is redundancy, and it doesn't reflect the new way of how GIS is going to work. All right, so I'll go into my request. I know I gave a presentation in December about 3-year plan, staffing, what I'm trying to do. So one of my main things is getting a deputy. You guys know I'm a single point of failure. I actually had a death in the family, so I'm only here just so I can give my presentation. And I want you to know that I like what I do, but at some point I would like some help if we could, just so we can share the load. GIS analyst. So from the IT side, my number one is going to be for a deputy. For the GIS side, if we can get a analyst in here. Jim does a wonderful job, but Jim's still just one person. So for us to push that need. The dollar amounts on there is with Fringe, and it's a salary range, but I picked the top of the range. So just so you know, that number can be less. The junior security analyst, I've got one guy now. We approved Xavier. He's wonderful, just trying to get him help. The IT technician, so this is a request also from the sheriff. So with the new DC coming online, he wants to make sure we have enough support. With us absorbing the new fire departments, we now have to help manage that. So that's what we have. For my operating, I'm asking for the increase again this year. I didn't get it last year for training. I'm actually negative in that account. I know we talked about how many transfers we're doing, so you will see one coming from IT here in the next about month or so to help cover that. Ractual, we actually saved money this year. It's not a whole lot, but it's $22,000. the more staff I have, the more we can optimize in-house, the more money that we can actually save with that. So kind of between that and utilities, I'm hoping to, reuse those funds to help cover the increase in raining costs. Software, it can get complicated, but the very basic way is we were paying as IT for partial of a QS1. That's what our tax and assessor and auditor use. We're actually going to put those in the funds where it makes sense. I don't see the bills that come in, somebody else does. They should be held accountable to have to, if it's under. So where it does look like IT is saving 95 grand, we're really not. That's an allocation to somebody else. Our software general maintenance, so that's our standard. There's about 10 of those, and I do have the list if you guys need anything more about which ones accrued. So our yearly increase is roughly 3%, and the obligated software is the stuff that we approved for last year that they're a multi-year, so the years 2, 3, up to 5. My asks for this year is going to be a feasibility study. So what I'm asking for is something that can come in here and you guys can hear and see that as IT, we've outgrown every space that we have, not just from a staffing standpoint, but actually from a data. So our data room, we can't add any more data jacks in this building. We can't add any more physical hardware that we have. So part of that is going to be the feasibility study, because I'd like to get in here so you guys can see actually what's the recommended size, and potentially for next year I can ask for a capital request for a new location, do something for us. I don't know what that is yet. The SIM, we talked about this with the cybersecurity. This is just our monitoring threat and detection tool. The countywide Wi-Fi is something I would like to do at all of our county sites. We'll have fiber backhauled into here, so users can use their laptops in employees as if they're at their desk, right? If they don't have to sign back in, it'll be floating there. The Microsoft thing, so part of what we talked about at the retreat is moving towards a in-house Microsoft. So we're looking at like Azure. Mr. Luis mentioned Copilot. This sets the foundation for us to move that way. We have to increase our license to an M license to help get these functions. So that's what that cost is. The Miniland, Pleasant Valley, since we've absorbed them on now, we have to upgrade and replace the firewalls, the switches and everything to get them on the county's back end. The courthouse camera, so this is something that I've been trying to get in front of y'all. I apologize on this, I failed. We replace the cameras, the viewing stations and everything every 5 years. We're now at the 7-year mark. I was trying to get it on a COW so we can do it in a phase 1, phase 2, so we didn't have to pay it all at one time. I just didn't get it in time. So this is a request for next year to ask for the full thing. So it's going to add the visibility at the historic courthouse, upgrade the cameras outside, the covered parking lots. And as you see, it will be added to the sheriff's mandated funds, because I know there is some penny tax fund, something for that. And the last thing on there is the data room upgrade. So we have 9 staff members that work in the backside of the data room. We've actually been dinged because our physical security, you walk through our data hallway to have to get to your desk and stuff. So even when we bring vendors in, even when Dennis and y'all come in, you're literally within feet of all of our data. So what we're looking to do is actually isolate the data hallway to make it a true data room, and it'll help us expand for growth. And the last request is capital. That's the standard thing we ask every year. That covers tough books for the cars, laptops, desktops. All right, so we have 10 departments asking 12 different pieces of software. I'll go as quick as I can. Anything pops out, please just ask it up front. Alertus, that's for risk management. What we're trying to do is countywide notification if there is an active shooter. If there's something as a hurricane, it'll go to every computer the county owns, every cell phone. We can isolate it to just that building. So magistrate, just say that there was a flood, right? So we can send it to just that staff. You don't need to come in here today. It has added capabilities if it's something that we go for that'll actually broadcast on the 800 radio band. So if there was a true incident, it will alert across the board. The NeoGov, Lisa and them, well, no, this was for risk managed part. This is another module in our HR system. What this will do is centralized training for risk management. I'm hoping Ryan can expound on that a little bit more. But we're looking 39 grand for 1 year, 35,000 annual. I did put the higher dollar here because as we move to an ERP, I don't want the county to be under a contract with one if we don't go with them for the BRP. So I just want you to know that I did ask for a 1 year instead of a 3 or 5 where we would get a better deal. AP software, as you know, we do everything manually. So Sabrina was looking at one. She didn't really like it. So we want to earmark this money so we can potentially get her something so we don't have to manually do all of our paperwork for our budgeting. Zoning's looking for iPads. They want to convert 4 desktops to laptops plus an iPad. There's your cost. Adobe for planning. Now, some of this is dependent upon if you don't approve her staff, then we obviously don't need to buy the things for it. Fleet, you guys know, I've been working with Brandon a lot. I'd like to roll the majority of our fleet over to this maintenance software so that he can keep up with it when it needs to be changed. Veterans Affairs is asking to convert a desktop to a laptop. The Assessor, Brad's looking for iPads. So the new system that we just invested in with the AI learning, this is a module of that. Well, this is to help when a citizen comes in, instead of asking staff, they have a little iPad, they can put it all in. Darren's fire is the same thing. He's asking for, if staff gets approved, he's asking for, they need the iPads. The second one, though, is actually a replacement of the current iPads they have now. He's just looking for the newer models of it. Lisa mentioned you with HR. That's their performance-based. I know I heard you guys ask, is this going to help with the benefits? This is more if we're going to move to an evaluation system, that's what this does. Right now, we're using an Excel sheet. We're trying to meet and figure out how. This is a system that'll actually do that. And then marketing, this is a enterprise version of LinkedIn for the county. So it's 15 grand with 15,000 annual. Whew, okay. Anybody have anything to ask? Alan, I'm looking right at you. You're making eye contact here, so.
Just clarification. Oh.
Which one is that? I'm sorry. So that is new staff. So there are 4 people, 2 people per shift. So that's a cell phone for each of them, and each shift will share a tough book and an iPad. So it's 4 new cell phones. Yes, that would be. As long as it gets approved, right? If you guys don't approve the additional staff, then that's not.
I got a question. The fire rescue, the 19 iPads, I didn't think they had them yet. I thought they were asking for them this year. Okay, it says replace.
It's to replace. He has iPads in the fire engines now. They're looking to replace them with the newer models. We converted to AT&T 3 years ago. I think we only put SIMs in those at the time, so they're probably every bit of 5 to 7 years old, if not older.
Understanding they was going to put an iPad in first out engines at each station.
Yeah, that's
I
what
thought they was asking for in their budget, but it says replace them. They got them now?
I think, yes, but I think there is also a different projects. I was talking with Robert on this, how something we wanted to have for the city to have iPads too, or something to tap into our system. Is that potentially what it is?
We'll clarify that, but you're right about the first out. They do want to have them. How the current one's being utilized, we'll outline that for you.
So
I didn't know they had any. I thought this was first time of having them on all-out engines.
for clarification, all these interdepartmental requests are included in their department budgets also, or just in the IT budget?
No, we have an IT budget, but you should hear, like you did from HR, that they are to address their ask. It's up to each department to justify, but we got to make sure compatibility, security, and other things, so we do filter it through IT.
Okay. Just wanted to make
Yeah, because generally things that we're going to have to maintain or install, set up, that's what it comes underneath us. So we generally, the money will be in my funds because we're going to have to put them out, set them up. But the request, which should be from the departments.
Scott, just to deviate a little bit from the budget since you pointed me out.
Yeah.
How are we on cybersecurity and ranking it from 1 to 5? How do you feel like we're doing as a group?
So I would say easily we're at a 3.5 to a 4 because we just came back from a conference a little bit ago that I can talk to you offline. I don't want to mention it here, but there's some just easy things that we can do. But the one guy we have, like, we're still trying to share the load of the cybersecurity, but we have enough stuff in place that I feel confident. But just like everything else, I think we can always be better.
Oh, yeah, I do too. 3.5 to 4 is pretty impressive to me.
Yes. Thank you. Nobody else? So you guys want to hire all my staff? I appreciate it so much.
We'll see.
Okay. Thank you all.
We reserve the right to change that.
Communication and marketing. Ms. Brenda Thompson.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Council. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. Let me move my slide over. Is it working? Sherry? There it goes. Okay. As you can see, as of right now, we have 4 full-time employees, and our strategic priority lines with high performance and resource optimization. Just to kind of give you a department snapshot, some of our accomplishments from our great team, we have implemented the Lancaster County Catch-Up Series. We have enhanced and pushed forward our community engagement with our Civics 101 course. We have several internal events with our employee engagement, and we've been enhancing those. We have centralized social media with the departments. We've enhanced media coverage, and we have had some department collaboration, which has gone really well. This is not on the slide, but just to kind of give you a snapshot of some of our short and long-term challenges. Some of that would be the consistent branding with signage throughout the county, and also department consistency with branding. We still have some departments with their own logos. We are going to be working on a new website migration, and we're looking and working with IT on upgrading some software for efficiency. As Scott just presented to you guys about LinkedIn, we need an enterprise account with them. Right now, we are using our own personal accounts to be able to post things on LinkedIn that's for the county. So if we move to the next slide. There we go. So some of the key objectives for the new financial year or fiscal year, one of those would be the branding opportunities that we're going to be looking at, and that is to enhance the county signage. That would go with some of our high performance. Some of the signage that as you're entering the county looks really bad right now. It looks really pale, so we need to enhance that. Number 2, we're looking for to enhance our public education campaigns for our citizens and our residents. These additional funds will enhance the educational campaigns for the upcoming year, and some of those campaigns would include the transportation tax, the reassessment, and also the UDO. And lastly, our employee engagement. We would like to be able to enhance our employee appreciation events, and we believe, which in turn, when we enhance those, it helps maintain morale and also assists with retention. So in conclusion, the Communications and Marketing Department's critical function is to articulate the policies that you pass and to educate the citizens. But our key service delivery is to provide quality communications to enhance employee and community engagement, as well as to enhance the community with our county brand. So the amount of $473,945 is a 13.26% increase due to those key objectives that's listed on the slide that I've mentioned. Does anyone have any questions?
How do y'all acquire the ability to send out messages to county citizens? Is that something, do you have a program where you can interface with the auditor, or the treasurer, to where you can garner the emails, phone numbers for text messages and things of that nature?
We have to ask the public to give those to us, so they can opt in or opt out.
Yeah, but if we had it
We have to.
when people are coming to pay their taxes or whatever, and they have the option to do that, we could gather that information a lot easier.
Those are some of the things we're working on.
So I hear all the, so often people saying they don't know what's going on in the county because unfortunately our newspaper industry keeps drying up and that well's getting thinner and thinner, and we don't really have a vehicle to get that information out as easily as we used to. So the more we can build our capabilities, the better informed our citizens can be.
And we're hoping to do that by the website. We have enhanced our social media presence, which is going really well. The engagement has just shot out the roof. Another thing is we're looking at a community newsletter that we will be publishing by email, and if somebody wants it, mailed to them, we can do that as well.
I've heard tremendous feedback about Civics 101 too. It's just people just gushing about how much they enjoyed it and how much they learned.
And Mr. Carnes, if I'm hearing you correct, we do have a lot of vehicles. And when you think about Parks and Recreation, how we push things out to the coaches, the participants, we have different ways that we communicate with citizens about just consolidating that and using it as a vehicle. We don't want to oversaturate people to turn them off. But yeah, I think you're right about consolidating our opportunities for engagement.
And then one thing to mention, I'm sorry, Ms. McGriff, it was brought up was the website. I've been complaining about the website ever since it came on board, and it's so unintuitive. I get complaints all the time.
We are working on that.
So my wife really requests that y'all do something.
It's coming very soon, probably
Get
January
requests all the
2025. That's my estimate date, 2025, January.
Good.
I do like the fact that you're thinking about a newsletter, and I like that. I love to read newsletters online.
Yes. Anything else?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We have risk management.
Not quite an hour over. 2:30.
I tell you, 7 o'clock.
It's 37 minutes old.
Good afternoon, Council. I am Ryan Whitaker. I think you guys, most of you know me by now. But, we'll talk about my department. I'm a department of one full-time employee, and the strategic priority is high performance and public safety. Looking at the highlights of our information, this is as of December, so those numbers have changed a little bit with claims for this year. Had 15 claims as of December. The data just came out today. That's why we didn't get it updated. Compared to last year, that's a big difference, which is good. That means you've got less injuries to report, less cost, and you've got people working instead of staying home and dealing with injuries. Property and liability, if you look at the current numbers, on the sheet it's 33. Last year we had 78 claims for property and liability. Again, that could be anything from lawsuits, injuries, falls, different things on county property. So there's a lot of things that go into that number there. Interest modifier, again, for this year is going to be 0.92, which is less than 1, which is what we strive to be, less than 1. And that's been less than 1 since 2017, I do believe. As a county, we received, again, the Outstanding Safety Achievement Award, and we also received the Sustained Excellence Award for this year from the Insurance Trust. Operating budget, looking at the change from last year, the increase is 6933, which would be to put in there to the for the salary adjustment plan that the county's looked at. Going forward, there's no change in operating budget from last year to this year. Looking again, the personnel would just go up just a little bit to 78,128. The operating would stay the same at 71,025 for a total of 149,153 this budget year. Again, that would be for the career ladder for the director position that have been in based on the fact that it's a strategic plan of high performance. And I've been with the county 16 years, actually 15 in this position. So that would cover the base and fringe just to get to the minimum salary level of the study. The alert system is one thing that Scott mentioned, that it would basically be a system that would alert county-wide employees and buildings if we had incidents in the community or a county. That is probably the number one complaint that I get from employees is that if something happens, we don't have a way to notify, say this building, for instance, if something happens, or if it's at the library or Parks and Rec facility. There's no really centralized system to announce that, to let people know what's going on so they can either look for protection or close off buildings if they need to. The Learn module with NeoGov, that is a program that would monitor all training. That would be tied to the HR side of things. And I do believe that is a position that the HR was asking for to help monitor that. Currently now, I'm not going to tell you that we're pen and paper with the training records and so forth, but we're not far from that. We basically have a desktop computer with a folder, and we take documentation and put it in the folder based on department. So I can assign training classes out. Let's just take animal control. I think we sent them about 8 classes to do. Once they complete those classes, if they don't print off the certificate and give it to me by hand, I have to go find out who completed that training. I can't go in there and put in, let's just use Alan's name. I can't type in, let me look and see if Alan has completed his training. I have to put in the name of the class. And if I've assigned it to 50 different people, I've got to go through 50 different people to find Alan's name. So it's really cumbersome and not really user-friendly. With the NeoGov Learn module, which again, HR has the NeoGov, it's just another module within their program. Every employee would basically have a profile, and then you would have classes assigned to you based on the profile or the program is the way I understand it. Once they're completed, anybody, me or HR, or the person could pull up the employee's profile and see what classes they've completed for the year, what they need, maybe they've missed a couple, and it also sends out alerts to let them know, hey, you got to complete class A, B, or C by July 1st or whatnot. Any questions from me?
Ryan, I want to thank you for the good job you do. Having started serving on the South Carolina Association's Insurance Trust Board, whenever there's a claim over $100,000, all the board members have to approve it. And some of the things I have read that have happened and the standards that we are much higher than those are, I can appreciate the work that you do a whole lot more now.
It's a team effort. It takes a lot of us.
Now, he said you remember that now in his request, okay?
All right,
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
thank you. Do we have a lawyer in the house?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of council, it's my pleasure to present my budget to you today. And I think I have the honor and privilege of being the first one to get up here and tell you there's actually a decrease in my budget. I'm not requesting anything new, but when you see that decrease up there, really that's software cost that's being absorbed by IT now. So I can't take a lot of credit and say that I've decreased my budget, but it does show on paper that way. A highlight of our department, we are now 2 full-time employees. During this fiscal year, we did fill the legal assistant position. That has been a huge asset to me. That has been wonderful. So thank you so much for having that position and helping me to get it filled. Our strategic priority, the county attorney's office obviously works across the entire county, so we'll be involved in all the initiatives with the strategic plan. But we most comfortably line up with quality development, resource optimization, and high performance, obviously. And a couple of highlights and impact data on our department. We have worked very hard to reduce our outside counsel legal costs. In looking at those, they have come down significantly. Obviously, we still need outside counsel for very specific things, such as construction law, very specialized employment law matters, economic development matters, bond finance counsel. Those are very specialized areas of the law, and we do need those attorneys for those, so we will still assess some costs as a result of that. We've also, with the help of economic development, begun to collect fees on your approved economic development projects. That is something that was not being done in the past. We have so far to date collected $46,440.60 that we've been able to put back into the county's budget as a result of being able to recoup those fees. We still have several that are out there that are outstanding. We're still working to get those. But again, that is only on your approved economic development projects. So if we don't approve a project, whatever those fees are, administrative fees, we lose them. The bulk of them is going to be legal fees. The other initiative we've put in place is we are collecting fees on your Freedom of Information Act requests. Before you think that is something that we've just decided to arbitrarily do, the law does allow us to do that. The General Assembly has allowed us to do that. And through the use of the Next Request software that we share with the Sheriff's Office, we are able to assess fees and then collect those costs through the website. They can pay by credit card, they can still send us check, whatever they'd like to do. And just so you know, we're not arbitrarily collecting fees. That's set by state law. It is the hourly wage of the person most qualified to answer. So we do have that on our website, who all that is. And with the help of administration, we have determined those that are cause a lot of time-consuming requests, anything over an hour's worth of time, that's what we're charging for. Obviously, that is needed because you are pulling someone off their day-to-day work to serve the citizens of the county to do a very specialized request. But anything under an hour's worth of time, we don't charge for. And citizens do have the opportunity to decide whether they are going to pay that or not. We send them an invoice. If they decide to move forward with their request, they pay it, and then we move forward. So we're not losing anything in the process if they don't pay for it. And again, it is allowed by state law. And so the only things that on the next page, the only things that I've asked for is just because of the cost of doing business and things increasing just in the day-to-day operations, I'm asking for a $500 increase in my supplies and a $200 increase in my telephone, and that's all I'm asking for. Glad to answer any questions if you have them, but pretty straightforward.
Anyone have any questions?
Big ass. Mighty ambitious.
All right, let's move on to the airport.
Good afternoon, council members. To speed things along, I am not Paul Moses. He has to attend to a thing at the airport, but I'll run through his budget and entertain any questions if needed. Again, we have 2 full-time employees and 1 part-time at the airport. With the vacancy there is just Paul. And again, he's asking basically for an increase in the fuel.
Give me a minute before you go in on that. I noticed that 2 full-time. Who's the other one out there? I thought Paul was the only one out there.
He is. There was a assistant manager position approved last year, and it was filled temporarily for a little while. That guy didn't work out, and we haven't been able to fill that one.
I don't remember us approving assistant manager.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it's still in the budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Still,
And he still has, it's, again, we'll talk about that later when we get down into 202. There's also a seasonal position in the budget out there to get someone to help with the maintenance of the grass and everything, cutting the grass in the fields and all out there. But as for his requests, you have a $50,000 increase in fuel costs. Again, whether it's in the ground or being sold, I mean, the fuel's going to go up. So, and then on the second one there, again, back to the maintenance issues, asking for $5,000 for some extra mowing requirements, this, that, and the other. We'll go back and revisit and look at that, because if that's $5,000 for his equipment maintenance, that's charged back to his account from we take that maintenance to the fleet operation, so we might relook at that. And again, just supplies, under his supplies item, which is supplies and general advertising, he's asked for a $2,000 increase, and that's just the big excitement out there is possibly getting done by about October with that new terminal. So they'll be moving over into there, and that was to cover just any unforeseen costs with maybe some office furniture or things like that that could help him get into the terminal.
I'm just a little, $50,000 increase in fuel costs. What kind of capacity do we have out there?
Well, you have
I don't understand that one.
he has the underground tank.
But I mean, like how many gallons? I mean, to me,
Fuel sales are up, that's what I'm getting. Fuel sales are up, and then the cost of fuel rises. He has to buy the fuel.
okay, yeah, but then we're not talking about the revenues. We've got the revenue to cover it.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's just,
Yeah.
he's got to buy extra fuel with.
yeah,
It's funny, I don't like the way that's in there either,
yeah.
because it don't tell the true story. It's like that is
That's a good thing.
well, it is, but we're reselling that and making money off of it, but that's going straight into the general fund that you don't see.
How do we account for fuel sales? That may be a question for finance.
Generally, as of now, I mean, it does go into the general fund, but you're right, how do we maybe segregate that out to account for it when you look at a balance sheet or whatever? But right now, it's just returned to general fund. So when you look at his budget, yeah, and he has increased fuel sales, so he doesn't overrun that line item. That's why we have the increase, so we're not transferring money or he overruns a line item. And I know there's been conversation, we'll address this in another venue, about how we do some things at the airport, including our fuel pricing. And so I will send you out an update on some of our adjustments for fuel pricing based upon some of the Airport Advisory Committee recent conversation.
I mean, I can understand we have to accommodate for the fuel purchases, but, you know, we need to be balancing those out with the revenue that's coming in. So that line item may go over at some point in time, but it should catch itself back up as you sell the fuel out.
Well, I guess I liken it to even, say, Parks and Recreation. If you add more staff in the staff line, or you add more money in the program expense because we're adding more participants, more expenses, there is more revenue coming in from the participants, but we're raising the line item in Parks and Recreation and programs to accommodate that. So I think it's a little bit similar that we don't show the revenue return to the account or fund for which it's generated.
Right.
So in our last audit, how much did we have to transfer over from the general fund to the airport fund?
I don't have the specifics, but I thought it's 259,000. I don't know if she has it right in front of us. But we'll get that for you. Yeah, a couple 100,000. We'll get it back to you.
So since I've been on council, it started off around 100, low hundreds, and now we've doubled the amount of money that we're transferring over there.
That don't offset
Now,
the money.
also too, what's the total
Fuel
net
sales.
loss after depreciation and other things? Sabrina, do you have that with you?
I don't, but what's the question again?
So just two things. How much do we have to transfer over from general fund to make that balance in the airport fund? Number two is how much did the airport fund lose in total, which includes depreciation and everything else, all the non-cash items?
See, we show that money going 259,000 given to the airport, but you're not seeing what airport's making, like the price on the fuel. They've been a lot of money made on that $245,000.
In the audit, it shows it.
But you got your hangar rentals, and you got your taxes on all those planes and stuff. A lot of and all the fees and stuff that he's charging these planes is coming in and doing different things there. See, that's not.
And the audit shows that. That's why I'm asking, not from this. This is just showing expenses.
That's right.
So I'm not asking about expenses. I'm asking about what the true net is for our revenues minus expenses.
I got you. Is she have everything that goes on out there listed separately?
Supposed to be. It is what's called a proprietary fund.
Because it's been going straight into the general fund. It's not.
You know, we know sometimes it may,
Fuel sales used to be a net of sales versus purchases.
Everything ain't in there, I promise.
Without any accruals. Well, I don't know how you can say that, Billy, because neither me or you work in the day-to-day data entry parts of this budget. But on the audit, if the auditor did their job, we should know exactly how much we transferred to make up the shortfall. And that's after you take the net of gasoline purchases and sales after you take into consideration the income, which is a line item in the audit for rentals of the hangars and things like that. So
Fees for the planes.
fees and all that, it should be all in there as a line item in our audit. It always has been. So my question was just simply, how much, after all that, did we lose?
How much revenue are we giving to offset the expenses? And I think we've talked about that. Because the airport is something that the county has to provide for the citizens. We may not zero out Allen, but we've got to provide that service.
I'm just asking the question, Charlene. I'm not passing judgment. I'm just asking.
You ask that same question every year.
And we'll get you the information.
Usually I tell you every year. I just don't have the audit with me today.
We'll get the information
And it
for a
may not
follow-up.
balance out, it may not zero balance out, but it's just like when we talked about providing services to our young people at the pool. We know that it's not going to pay for itself. We know that. But we're trying to get to the point with the airport so it can pay for itself.
So I'm just pointing out that it is growing how much we're having to pay for that airport. And so if you want it to be break even at some point or close to it, it's got to start trending the other way.
If we keep things going
It should.
in the trend, I'm looking for it to go. And there's some certain people ain't trying to get it to go that way right now. But anyway, we will have a lot of income coming in. We get them corporate jets in here. If we can ever get some in hangars, will be a lot of income. It'll wash all that what you're talking about.
Well, unfortunately, though, our expenses are growing more than our income because we were at 100-something thousand when I got on this council that we transfer over. Now we're up to 250,000.
But just in case when we
That's
zero
where
balance out.
we just got to make sure management focuses on getting this airport active. I'm not
sure.
trying to kill the airport off.
No,
I do believe
hold that.
it needs a lot of attention.
But Alan-
Aviation Week, they don't even have a fly-in or anything out there. They don't promote it, not doing anything right now. And that's what management needs to focus on, is creating some excitement so we can get some more revenue out there.
So you're talking about more staff at that point, and I
No.
think we've got a
Yeah.
position open, and that's something to be discussed. But Alan, when we do have a profit, if just in case you're not at the table, I'll send you that information.
I hope so.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay.
And I got one other thing on the airport. This personnel, those 3 positions, I would like to know those numbers for each one of them. If you would get that and get it for us.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah. We was talking amongst ourselves, Jeff.
Well, I know. Just ignore us. We'll go away.
Animal shelter.
All righty. Good afternoon. We have 6 full-time employees. I'm going to be focused on high performance, resource optimization, public safety. Our main goal is to try to keep our youth rate below 90%. Say rate above 90%. 2023 ending, we was at 93.5, which is kind of slightly down from year to year, and it's getting hard to maintain that 90% because we like all the rest of the county. Everybody's growing. I know y'all heard that. Growing, but we get more animals, and we're having to keep them longer just to try to maintain that 90%. Our total budget operating was $677,685, and request was $739,567. Changing this thing, or? Okay, and personnel, I am asking for another kennel technician. We like the rest of the county, we're just growing so fast, and we keep in so many animals a little bit longer, trying to give them, so we can have a little bit of time to work to get them, keep our, save rate above 90%. And what I want everybody to know is we do have to operate 7 days a week, and it's not just going in there cleaning, feeding. That's medication, and it's a lot of animals that has to be cleaned and took care of. And right now with our 2 kennel techs, we're having them one on Saturday, one on Sunday. So that's every Saturday for one, every Sunday for one. Mondays and Fridays are our busiest days. We only have one person there. We don't have them there because we're trying to give them their 2 days off. I'm asking $5,000 for our 3 lowest people. It's our 3 people that make the least, they kind of under a minimum. I'm just trying to get them up where they need to be. Our medical supplies is just like anything else. I mean, anything for animals, and it's just going up. It's going outrageous. They keep on going up, and if we get 100 animals, don't sound like much, but 100 animals, that's a lot more vaccines, that's a lot more tests, that's a lot more work that we haven't been doing, and it's just, I think I'm in the red a little bit on medical, and I just try to keep that at even. So try to catch up some time for y'all. So if y'all got any questions, I'll answer them. If not,
Alan, since I've been on county council, your group is the most highly praised group in the county, meaning I get more positive feedback about what goes on at the animal shelter than I do other departments. That's a real credit, and 0 complaints.
well, that's we probably get some. I mean,
You might, but I don't get them, and that says a lot, man. I am tickled pink with what y'all are doing.
It's hard to be perfect, and it's hard. We get some doozies down there sometimes. I mean, we make the right decision. We based on what county council says do, and if they get mad at us, that's kind of, sometimes it does happen.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man, I've had 0 complaints.
I know
Thank
we
you.
have overcrowding and all, and is there, I know you can buy portable kennels or, is that something we have looked at, or it's not feasible, or
To expand capacity or to?
expand capacity?
But if we're going to do that, we need more people out there to man those,
Man,
man
Where
up.
we at now? We got. When we moved from 24 runs to 46 runs, and we didn't increase help. And,
Okay.
it's just bottling up on us. It's just catching up. And we did discuss moving the last building from the old shelter to the new shelter, and that was going to be a tremendous cost that we don't know how much it would benefit us. But even doing that, it's just, we never tried to keep dogs in intake, which is 10 runs, and now we're keeping it full. So that's, when people come in and clean, that's on that Saturday and Sunday, that one person, that's another hour he's got just doing that part. So to have that last building over there would be you throwing on another hour.
Okay.
It's just staff.
do you think that part of the growth in animal intake has to do with the economy?
Yes, that's probably the bulk of it. It's people getting evicted and people getting, incarcerated and people dying. You wouldn't believe the animals we get from just people passing away. I mean, it's just amazing how many extra that's getting us. And then, to hear a couple months ago, well, about a month ago, they had that, they had that dog fighting thing. They kind of racked up on a few. So to get all them at one time, them, kind of high-risk, destructive animals that we can't do nothing with, that we're kind of holding for. And I give the Sheriff's Department credit. They are trying to work faster than they understand we need our space. And, they did move fast on these dogs that they took in. So that helped us out a lot. Anybody?
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Sir. Fleet operations, Mr. Brandon.
Good afternoon, council. We'd be focused, my department, we got 9 full-time slots, but I've had a vacancy for 2 years. So I've got 8 full-time people and a full-time vacancy. I can't seem to fill it. Our strategic priority revolves around resource optimization and public safety. Personnel budget for last year was $617,395. I'm not asking for any difference in the personnel. $13,000 increase in operating, and our capital reduced by 47% because we changed the way last year EMS purchased QRVs, and that money got moved from them to my budget. So I didn't need to purchase QRVs this year, so I didn't need the extra $310,000. So I just took it back out of the budget and only requested monies for departments that had requested replacement vehicles. If nobody requested a replacement vehicle, I didn't request one for them. So the increase in the budget and the maintenance budget is $10,000. I need to increase our vehicle maintenance budget for fleet by $10,000 because I'm gonna be over budget this year in that account, and that's covering all the vehicles in the parking lot here, plus the vehicles out at the shop. That's maintenance for all of those. And I'm going to increase our travel and training funds because the new training classes for the new vehicles coming out is rather expensive. Just for forward training for the shop for a year is $3,700. And that's just the Ford side of it. That's not the Dodge and Chevrolet and Mack and Caterpillar. That's just the one group. So our one thing that was asked for that I did not put in this budget because it's in IT would be the Geotab telematics that we're using. We fully implemented that with the Sheriff's Department this fiscal year, and with our Fleetio maintenance software that y'all approved last year. The Sheriff's Department, the Sheriff's deputies are individually every day doing their vehicle checks that the Sheriff wants done, and they do their monthly equipment checkoffs that the Sheriff has them do inside Fleetio, so it's digitally saved for them. But when they need repair work or something at the shop, they can pull their phone out and send us a message in their Fleetio app, and it comes directly to our dashboard, and we respond back to them. So it's it's not put in a request on an email and then the email come through and then somebody check it. It pops up on our screen that somebody's requesting a service, get time, or they got an issue they need to report. So we're just trying to move forward with other departments in the county to get them all on board, and that kind of has helped with the small staff being able to prioritize who comes when easier has helped a lot. So that's all of my budget requests for the year.
Does that help you maintain the cars more effectively, so hopefully they last longer?
Yeah, right now, like at the Sheriff's Department, because they have a lot of new vehicles, I can see how much air pressure is in each tire in each vehicle. I mean, we know we had a vehicle getting a wreck and deployed airbags, and I knew within 3 minutes of the wreck that it had been in a wreck because I got the notifications of airbag deployments. So, yeah, we gathering a lot of information remotely, and if I see something that the car needs to be pulled out of service, I call down to the Sheriff's Department and say, hey, I need this car pulled because it's got an issue that's going to cause a problem. So, because we can see, if a check engine light comes on, I can see why the light's on. I can't diagnose it from remotely, but I do know remotely that something is going wrong with a particular vehicle. So, yeah.
All right. Anything else?
That's it.
Thank you, sir. Building maintenance.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Council. Daniel Hammond, Building Maintenance. As you can see, we've got 8 full-time employees right now, and we have 1 vacancy. And then our strategic priority is infrastructure. And so to highlight a little bit of our department, so over the last, that's about 10 months, we've done roughly 1,275 work orders that's been completed. And we're averaging a 95% completion within 24 hours. Usually it's actually less than that, but that's give or take. And we're still right now maintaining that, even being down one employee in just building maintenance alone. Our personnel is not changing any this year. It's still 563, 360. The operating cost is 9.45% increase, which is 145,500. And so in our request this year, we're requesting for the service agreements of the 149,000. But of that 149,000, we're requesting to realign our building and grounds budget, taking 20,000 from it, realigning, and we're moving some contract from there and just realigning it into the service agreement in total. And I think there's 16 contracts that is actually being affected with that $149,000 budget. And then our contract with services is increased, and it's mainly for supplies demand. We're increasing, asking 16.5 for it. Any questions?
Those numbers are pretty impressive at 95% completion in 24 hours, though.
I have a good team, which is me and two others, and we try our best to get to it. So it's a job, but we can handle it. So until we can get somebody else.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's go with some roads and TCTC.
Right, Mr. Chairman, members of council, good to be back up here with the Road Maintenance Department. John Robinson's also here. He assisted, he's the Road Maintenance Director, assisted with this budget preparation. And again, this mostly lines up with infrastructure with road maintenance, but you can have some high performance and resource optimization lining up with the strategic plan also with that. Again, number of work orders completed in a year is about 2,686, and number of miles administered for road resurfacing. That includes the preservation program just in this year alone is about 12 miles. Again, the personnel is about 1.987 million, and going to increase with a request this year to asking for $2,048,236. Operating, we're asking for an increase of $71,775. And then in capital, which is the big one, if you'll recall, last year we have a good thing on some of our capital, our dump trucks and our refuse trucks, to where we could basically trade them in with our vendor after 1 year and pay the sales tax. So we're kind of like getting a new truck every year. So last year we really benefited. Plus, it was an off year. We didn't ask for a lot of purchases, but this year we're going to ask for some capital equipment. And again, it's saying that one position in 202 is a reclassification of a director of facilities that for high performing. And again, we would reclassify an existing position that's a vacancy and try and get someone in here on that. Again, and speaking like in maintaining the grounds, like out at the airport, you have a contractor that cuts the air around the terminal. Paul has a part-time person that tries to bush hog all the fields. We use a public works employee when available to do some of that. So trying to consolidate some services there, I guess, is the idea behind that. So that position would kind of help with that. And then again, a new part-time position, again, just a seasonal, just for cutting grass. It's hard to get our boots on the ground type employees, so to speak. That's where our vacancies are. So we have a tire facility worker that's vacant, a employee that helps assist with the roadside cleanup vacant. And again, some of our CDL driver positions are vacant, but those positions are hard. But again, just some part-time help when the grass is growing. Particularly that person could assist out at the airport as well. And again, an increase in the operating as the supplies in the stone account. We, as you heard the other night, increases in costs in stone, and we just, using a little more stone these days, it seems. We also do a lot of maintaining for public safety, parks and rec. We help them with their parking lots and stuff like that, so that kind of, it's something happened. And then in the Public Works office, if you recall, we increased our office space to where we're using some of the area over in the old EMS headquarters, the front section there. We've got some office space in there for the Keep Lancaster County Beautiful coordinator and the road inspector and myself. But again, we just fixed it up just to get in there, the walls and sheetrock, this, that, and the other. So we got a quote on that and was hopefully requesting to get that renovated this year. And then again, too, with the dump truck, instead of buying a dump truck, the one will be due to trade in. That's a cost of about $5,000 for that. And then a F-750 dump truck purpose, again, working with Mr. Robinson and seeing what he needs out there. This would be a smaller flatbed type dump truck to get into more tighter spaces. Some of our crews now are down to like 2-man crews or whatever. A little smaller to handle, can pull a trailer that they're also asking for there to get the equipment around. The big ticket item, I guess, would be like a D4 dozer. And again, that's for, and picking up more as we grow and growth internally. Like I said, we do a lot of work for other departments, internal type work. We do a lot of work for Parks and Rec. We do a lot of work for Public Safety and Sheriff. Plus, we're getting bigger type jobs requiring clearing. We currently do not have a dozer, so a small dozer like that would be instrumental in doing those work. And then for the high performance, just an increase in our salaries. One thing, our traffic calming studies have picked up. We actually have a waiting list on that. They cost about $2,000 a piece for the counties in to do, just to do the study. We anticipate doing 5 more than the 5 we typically budget for, so we're just asking for an increase to cover our cost of the traffic study. And then, you want me just to cover, moving down to capital sales project 2, again, that's going to finish out the proviso there. I don't know if Sabrina wants to help with that, but that's about it's like $6 billion on the 2025. And I believe that would be outstanding encumbrances to finish the CPS 2 proviso. Next slide. There we go. Okay. And that's how that's broken out. And then with the C fund, obviously with the decrease in the one-time funding, that line item came out, so your CTC is back to about $1.4 million a year. Any questions?
I do. Dennis, this Director of Facilities, isn't this the position that you tried to bring in last year? Well, as I remember, it was 100 plus.
Yes, so continuing that, I still think that there's
money around to bring his salary down. Why are you doing it?
No, it is, last year the request was for a brand-new position, because I still think that there's some consolidation. This is an existing position that we want to upgrade for this level of work, so that's why the cost is not as much. If you take an existing...
Taking somebody that's already got a job and moving them, is that what you're saying?
No, we have a vacant position.
Oh, you're taking a vacant position?
Yeah.
And you're adding that to it.
We're upgrading a position.
That's a little bit misleading to me. You miss what this is going to cost. Because if you're taking, so that vacant position will never be filled again.
So the vacant position is in the budget now.
Yep.
And then you'd add...
But that person goes and doing this, that position.
No. So it's vacant right now.
You're taking the money for it right now?
Yes.
Okay.
To add in this money...
So you ain't going to have no money to hire nobody to fill that position that you do have open?
It's going to be the same position.
No, it ain't.
You're just adding to
It's
it.
an upgraded position, meaning it has more responsibility to be the director of overall the facilities. So instead of filling the position...
What was this other position? What did they do?
It was one of your road or equipment operators?
Vacancies, we have equipment operators and crew workers. Those are the vacancies.
Okay. So you taking one of his crew workers money to hire a director for maintenance. So he's going to be short a crew member. I don't care how you look at it, how you do it, that's the way it's done. I know the money is it's taking away a position.
It's taking away boots on the ground.
Right.
This is what he's asking for now.
Well, it's in those positions are in 202 now.
Yeah.
In 202, right.
So, I mean,
Still, it's a $100,000 plus job.
85
With
salary? With fringe and stuff, yes. With fringe, when you add the 54 to the existing 50-something,
over
over 100,000, yeah.
Same thing as last year.
With fringe, yes, with fringe.
Me personally, I don't think we need a maintenance facility director because we got good people. With Jeff handling his people, and we got Chris and them handling their people. I mean, that's a position we can save and put somewhere that we really need.
Jeff, this is your request, right?
Yeah,
This is what you are asking
It's
for.
in 202. Yeah, well, we've
Yeah.
collectively been talking about a lot of consolidating of services.
So this is what he's asking for, not,
But it's certainly in consultation, so I don't want to, it's in consultation.
But it's him requesting it. I mean, it's not, we can justify, he needs to justify it, but
It's the
this
same-
is what he's saying he wants.
It's the same position. where
But
it
I
comes
think
from.
Jeff knows his needs, and he's telling us what he needs. Now, the position that he didn't fill, they're using that money to consolidate it into a position that can, I guess, be more
doing-
actively doing other things.
Yes, ma'am, that would
Yeah,
be the.
yeah. So, it's what he wants. He's requesting.
He's losing a guy is what he's doing.
All right.
Well, Jeff, I just
But
want
he
to
would
say
know
that
that.
you heard the comments earlier about how important public safety was and that recreation was right behind it. I just have to beg to differ here, that your job in this county is the one that is one of the greatest needs we have to keep these roads open and keep our constituents happy.
Thank you.
Lee Parker, you catch that jab?
More people use the roads than they do anything.
That's right.
I'm sorry.
I
I
just wanna make
apologize.
sure he feels
You're right up there, too.
We all in it together.
I misquoted. I gave bad information. Roads are number one used. Okay. Anything else on the roads?
No, sir, that's.
CT, what about your solid waste?
Okay, solid waste, Mr. Sonny Connor is also here. He helped us with that, and we'll get into that. Full-time position, got about 16 people. That includes your crew workers for roadside cleanup, our tire facility there and again, those positions are very hard manual labor. They're hard to keep filled. We do have some vacancies in those. And then the part-time positions there are mostly all of our convenience site attendants, which are our frontline workers for anything solid waste and recycling in the entire county. Very, very important positions as well. So again, with personnel, we're asking for an increase in that line item of about $152,000, including fringe, because this is another position. Operating $172,600. Capital is a big one here because, again, most of the requests in here will be for the capital part of the solid waste program. And pretty much also, too, probably lining up more with infrastructure with the solid waste than this, that, and the other. So we're looking at 2 new full-time positions there. One being kind of an assistant director to kind of assist Sonny in the day-to-day duties. If you take down the duties of all of the solid waste, Sonny's kind of got a little bit too much on him. A little more help on the administrative end, especially to help us with grants, recycling, things of that nature would be huge. The other position would be a maintenance mechanic to, again, with all the consolidating roll around, our prior grounds technician, and Daniel and those, they do a great job trying to keep our compactors. But again, to keep these sites running. If those compactors aren't repaired, maintenance done too, they go down. Usually the site goes down right after we have to close it up, because that's usually the MSW is run by the compactors. So we're looking for a maintenance mechanic on that to kind of help. It'd be good to have one, just that would be that person's sole job is to perform maintenance on them, be on check, do a little on-call on Saturdays, because that's the other thing too. One goes down on Saturday afternoon when they're in busy time. That's kind of hard to deal with. Again, as we've said before with Lancaster County, we're a county with extreme growth, but we're also a county that does not own nor operate its landfill or its own transfer station. So our disposal contract will keep rising and rising and rising the more stuff we throw away. So we're looking at trying to keep that line item under wraps, asking for an additional, again, this is from projections of $150,000 to kind of keep that going. Plus other things in the disposals also. Right now we're battling with waste tires. We're having, it comes in cycles, kind of might be brush at some time after a big winter storm. A lot of times it's tires. Our tire facility now is actually over capacity. DHEC works with us on that, so we got to do a better job at getting those things out of here. But the problem with that is supply and demand, getting the trucks to come pick up. We could load the trucks all day long. It's just getting them to come and pick up the trucks. And again, on the capital side, just replacing the cans. We do that about every year. About 60,000 gets us about 5 new cans for the sites. And then again, too, another big ticket item, it is time to purchase a refuse truck. We have about 2, and doing this trade-in program, we got about 2 left that once we replace them and the program's still in place, we'll be trading a refuse truck every year. So that should cut down a lot on maintenance and just have good trucks for those guys to jump into and do the job. Again, overtime pay increase, it's pretty much mandatory for those guys to work on Saturdays for solid waste to get the sites cleaned out so the sites can open on Saturday. So it's kind of a 6-day-a-week job there, and we would run a little over with heavy times a year and then picking up more trash. And the big one was the request for a capital project to request upgrade 2 of the sites. One we just recently purchased, one we already own. That's the Joshua Tree Road site and the Irwin Farm site. We would reconfigure those into handle more volumes, more containers, better traffic flow. Again, it's basically upgrading what you have, which is close to nothing. And the reason why we picked these 2 is because we own them. Again, getting back to our study, we lease more of these sites than we do own them. But that's just a request in there. We know it's a big one, but somewhere down the line when we complete the solid waste study in late 2025, we know one of the things it's going to say is all of these sites basically need to be upgraded. We know we need to replace one totally. That's kind of fallen to the wayside a little bit, so opportunity to upgrade these 2. We'd like to take it if possible. Any questions?
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And since I'm done, like ever since airport all the way down to here, that's about 100 county employees. All of the great department heads run those departments. These guys are great. But again, when you look at into if some get moved to the minimum or we raise our minimums or whatever, that should affect some of those too. So that's kind of why we didn't put in individual to look at positions individually, but anything to help, because that's we call it all public services now, but it's a great core group out there, and it's a pleasure to work with all of them. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you for what you do, Jeff.
I just want to thank Jeff for what he does, and I really want to give kudos to the solid waste department. Those guys work, that's what you call manual labor, and all of your departments are manual. I see them probably more than anybody out working, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff, you were right on time with your 35 minutes, buddy.
Appreciate it.
Keep up the good work.
All right, we'll start back at 20 till. Let's take a little break.
Really? Oh, kudos to you.
Hey, we running just a little bit behind, but we're not bad. And we got Mr. Terrence standing up here ready to go. All right, go ahead.
All right, good afternoon. Let me first start by saying I'm not the superintendent of Lancaster County School District. You know I love you, Ms. Patricia.
I got my glasses on.
Most importantly, 2024-25 budget requests, there's a decrease versus 2023-2024 budget requests. So we did meet our intent to see where we could be more efficient in our budget for this upcoming year. We got 8 full-time employees. Our strategic plan, first thing for us is public safety. That's what we do in everything that we do to support the county. Infrastructure, of course, is part of our mission statement for the county and the state, and a high-performance organization. Just some highlights and impact data. Everyone keeps saying stormwater fees. Why is stormwater fees high? So what we did, we kind of compared some of the counties that are comparable to us, and then we also looked at Mecklenburg County unincorporated area. As you know, we pay $60 here for the Panhandle in Lancaster County. York County as a whole for residential pays $60. So our Panhandle pays $60, York unincorporated pays $60. And we also put in Sumter County, South Carolina. Reason why we chose Sumter County, they're similar to us. Sumter County is unincorporated outside of Shaw Air Force Base, and including Shaw Air Force Base, they added 3rd Army headquarters. So that's a lot of growth in Sumter County. So they're growing similar to how we are right now. So we just wanted to show you that piece. Unincorporated area in Mecklenburg County is 7884 for their stormwater fee. Again, that's almost $19 more than what we charge. And the reason why we put Mecklenburg County in here, because we consider it Charlotte-Mecklenburg region. Again, looking at my budget, personnel. Okay. All right, we're there now. We come back to looking at my budget, totals, personnel, just ask for increase there so that we can meet all our requirements for the stormwater NPDES permit. Operating costs is similar to last year's request, is only increased by 0.51%. Capital, that's a decrease for us. We purchased most of our equipment. Now we're in a life cycle replacement. So we were able to do a reduction in capital requests, which is showing that how efficient we are for our planning for the future so that we can stay ahead versus trying to get caught up in our requests. Next slide, please. Okay, again, and like I said, thing for us is personnel so we can meet all our requirements as far as our NPDES permit. That's why we asked for the increase. Operating costs, we are now, what we're doing life cycle replacement and so forth, so we're pretty even in there. Henry Harris Road culvert is one of the things that we had to carry over. We haven't finished that. That's with Lennar. They're doing Harrisburg. They're doing an increase on Henry Harris, so we have to increase that culvert so we can reduce the flooding on Henry Harris Road.
You know when they're going to start that, Terrence?
That is something we probably need to talk in executive session. Some of that is also on us as well. But there's still acquisition issues. Yes, sir.
I got one question right before you get too far.
Yes, sir.
Where are you buying a 3/4 ton pickup for $10,000?
So we actually have a vehicle that zoning department is going to be receiving. So we need to add an extra $10,000 so that we can get the 3/4. They're requesting a half-ton pickup truck. Okay. So that's how that piece comes in. We have to pay the additional for that vehicle.
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out myself. It was like.
That's all right. I got you, Mr. McGriff. I won't leave you hanging. Just some information just so you can think. Food for thought. Third-party inspector, they do what my inspector does. Third-party inspector charge $450 a month just to do one site. If that inspector does 20 sites for the whole year, that's $108,000. That's more than what we pay our engineer. If you did 4 of those inspectors, well, we have 4 inspectors, that costs us, the county, $432,000. And all this is coming out of that $60 stormwater fee. And then when you look at plan review, for 2 plan reviewers, that would cost us $56,000 a year. When you add that all up together, that's $992,000. Luckily for us, we have a great council that is going to support our increase for the stormwater department budget, and at $60 a year for residential. Pending any question, that's all I have.
Let's go back over that part about a good counsel.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you said yes, he's happy, yeah.
These are, on these like stormwater,
Yes, sir.
me, it would be nice if we had a projected revenue at this point of the process, because we know what it's gonna, it's gonna be. It's gonna be hard for me to make decisions on like stormwater when I don't know what it's gonna take in.
We have a revenue projection we're currently working within that we can see where we're at with that on the status when we're looking at the revenue funds and projections. So we do have that. We'll add that to our list to provide for follow-up.
Thank you.
All right.
Anything else?
No, sir. I'll be followed by my buddy from the building department, Mr.
All right.
Darren.
Good afternoon, Council. As Terrence said, I'm with the Building Inspections Department, and just to remind, our department function is primarily state-mandated service under the South Carolina Building Code Council. To give you some highlights and data, we issued 3,404 building permits in last fiscal year. That equates to over 25,000 building inspections. Not shown here, but in past history, our highest fiscal year was fiscal year 21. That's where we really climaxed at 4,000, right at 4,400 building permits that year, and that year was over 28,000 building inspections. There's tons of potential out there currently to, with the growth, to reach that plateau again. Some concern with that, with the number of residential house lots that are in some form of approval currently. So in regards to the budget request, this budget request for fiscal year 25 is nearly same and very similar to previous year's budget requests in regards to personnel increases and no operating increases. The primary focus is on an increase of a permit tech 1 position to bring that to a new $36,000 a year minimum salary. That position is very technical, again, as we've expressed in past fiscal years, requests for the same state certification exams required for that position. It does entail review of construction documents and things of that nature, and bringing that competitiveness in comparison with some of our other surrounding jurisdictions. With the personnel request, increased request is also 2 other matters. One is for a permit tech 2 position, which will be have some pay compaction creation with an increase of the permit tech 1 position. And then lastly, an anticipation of 10 exam certifications across the department, which would be anticipated throughout the entire year from building inspectors and permit techs. They have to achieve, especially ones that are on probationary, provisional, should I say, with the state in achieving their full range of certifications. So certifications are to happen because of requirement with some of our building inspectors. And every year we do place that anticipated, it's a certification incentive increase with the passing of a exam. Where does that fit? That fits, we've deemed in the high performance strategy, again, for competitiveness and retention of employees. We've been informed not to forget about fee schedule. So one small fee schedule change request there is a new fee of $25 proposed for a change of contractor. And that's kind of like an admin fee there. We find this is routine among most all other jurisdictions where you have a change of contractor. You don't see change plumbers, or one is moved from a job or wishes to relinquish himself from a job, and another contractor comes on, mostly subcontractors. We have to process that and legally do license search and all, and bring that back under the permits. And then lastly, the Fleet Operations Director received 2 new vehicle replacements. And I think those may be in proposal from him, at least with our discussions, and those are just aging vehicles. So with that, any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Darren.
Departmental presentations for our financial services and other services.
We've got one more for planning and zoning, Mr. Chairman.
I missed her.
I know you don't want to miss Allison today.
I didn't. She's at the top of the page. I missed her.
Okay.
I apologize, Allison.
Hi, I don't know if we've met. I'm Allison Hardin.
Yes, ma'am.
Been here for a year and happy to be here. And I won't take up too much of your time because I'm with you about every 2 weeks, so I think you have an idea of what planning and zoning does. You might not know that we do a lot of the same types of reviews as building inspections. We review the some of the site plans. We review subdivisions, obviously. Streets are not laid out until they're approved in subdivisions that go through the planning and zoning review. Compliance issues for nuisances go through zoning. So we have a lot of things that impact public safety and the quality of life. Quality development in the strategic plan is pretty much all development services projects, and then we have public safety and infrastructure as well. We have 12 full-time employees, and some of the highlights of things we've done. We are getting to the final home stretch on the comprehensive plan, which is something that has been underworks with many volunteers, a couple thousand input points from the public, managing all of that, having all those public meetings, bringing that information to you, and making sure that we are able to tell the public, okay, we hear you, we hear what you want to do. Let's see if we can put this into a cohesive list of projects and put it forward. We also have done work on the UDO, and that's the other big project in our list. We'll be finishing that out. I have a goal finishing it out before November. Not quite sure if we're going to be on track with that. We spent a good 12 to 13 months working on MDR and cluster and flex zoning and things that didn't come out the way that we could have hoped. So we have to catch up on that, and we're starting in other areas of the UDO currently. You'll see that we have a little bit of an increase request. A lot of that is due to 2 personnel that we think will be helpful. We had some really good budget meetings with all of the staff leadership, and they told us that we have a fund in one of the line items that pays for demo for about $100,000, and you can get about 2 demos out of that a year. But if we had a grant writer, then maybe that grant writer could find other places to pull that money from. And so we looked at converting the $100,000 in demo to a position for grant writing. And then that person could then pull grants from other places to do those demos, to do the neighborhood revitalization projects, to continue the successes that zoning and the sheriff's office are doing now in the Brooklyn area. And also to look for other opportunities for tree preservation and tree cover and canopy studies, opportunities for road studies and for transportation improvements and the like. So that was a big goal for us, is to get someone in-house that could do a lot of the reclaiming of tax dollars for our constituents. Because all of the federal government grants come from tax funds and the like, so we're looking to just pull that money back into the community. And then having a transportation planner with the 1 cent tax, 1 cent, the penny range going for transportation this fall. If that makes it through, then we will definitely need somebody on the planning side to help start up the transportation projects and make sure that they get through the process for the planning side as quickly as possible. We also have a need to make deeper and better connections with RFATs and with the Council of Government on the regional transportation programs and plans, and that person would be able to do that. And I'm open for questions.
Are you saying you basically have that person paid for because you already have contractual services that?
We are looking to convert contractual services into staff. So instead of giving it to a contractor from out of the county, hiring somebody that would be here and keeping that money here in the county. That's on both the grant writer and the transportation planner.
Go ahead,
So how much are we paying out under grant writing services and transportation services?
Well, currently, we are not paying anything for grant writing services. We're not doing much of it. We are missing many, many opportunities out there in the world for grant money to be brought into the county. And instead of paying $100,000 for contract services, paying $25,000 for a match and getting $75,000 for someone else.
So it could pay for itself.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I know several grant writers, and none of them make more than $100,000, but they all bring in more than $1 million on their own.
I quite understand grants, and I see that you are requesting a grant writer, and finance is requesting a grant coordinator.
Right. The grant writer would be supervised in part by the financial grant coordinator.
My thought is, and I don't know whether I talked to you about, I know we need a grant writer, but I don't know whether we need one particularly for any department. I think we need an overall grant writer department because, I know how much I work with the sheriff on his grants. I work with solicitor's office and other things that we could get. It could pretty much pay for itself. And I know you all know Paul, and the school district was able to get him. I think me and you, Bryant, was there when we hired him. But my friend Paul has brought in well over $120 million to Lancaster County. But he created his own department. He started and then started writing, and I think he has about maybe 20 people on his staff now. But I'm saying, if we're going to do a grant writer, let's look at a grant writer for the whole county.
And I'll elaborate on that. And Ms. Harris will also talk about it later on during this meeting, is yes. As Alice and I had talked about as she's talking about this, one, I want to commend the innovation about where can we utilize existing resources. But what she's saying is that, yes, we can find money that we use for our nuisance abatement. Let's take that money, convert it to a position, and have that position get other funds for nuisance abatement. So, yes, whether this position could easily live in finance, it's just really showing you where the funding can come from, but they would do grants for planning and development, but for everyone.
Okay.
But this is just an innovative way to highlight how we can do some switch out where we think it would be self-sustaining.
We want it primarily for planning when a grant writer could really
Right.
help the county.
Well, one of the challenges that Mr. Marstall and I talked about is that if you have one grant writer alone for an entire county, that grant writer's time could easily be pulled out completely by public safety. They could, between EMS, fire, and the sheriff's office, you could spend your entire time writing grants for that, because grant writing isn't just applying for money, it's also meeting goals, issuing reports, maintaining budgets, getting clearance, a lot of associated paperwork. One of my first jobs out of college was a grant writer, and I managed a grant for a 7-county region for emergency services training. And I can tell you that it was half of my job to do that, but it took up 75% of my time. So there was a lot of management involved. And then with a grant writer and a grant supervisor, the supervisor can ensure that all of the compliance is made at the top, but the grant writer that might be under them or might be serving part of the community at one, you could have one for public safety, and you could have one for infrastructure. You could have focus areas where they would have the knowledge or the specialty background that would provide us the connections that we need to those agencies. So you have somebody that could work just with FEMA grants, and they could spend a whole day. But if you put that and all of that in one pool with public safety, with FEMA and sheriff and police and fire and that, and you put other things like infrastructure, development services, increasing the quality of life for our constituents by getting public art or things like that, then you could have a really powerful team that can bring in a lot more money for a small investment.
I agree with Ms. McGriff's opening statement that I think we need to start with one. Sheriff's Department already has one. In the past, I don't know what has happened in the fire service over the last few years. They used to bring us grants. I don't know if it's somebody did it, but I would like to see us start with one. I do not want to see us do away with that $100,000 for tearing down structures, because I could take you now and show you many that needed clearing out. And
Well, we can do a maximum of 2 a
agree
year.
with, to me, I don't call it I don't want to get rid of that, because we actually need a lot more than $100,000 to clean this county up.
Correct.
And grants are fine, but they are, I would like to start small, and if they can justify, $100,000 a year, the first year they can bring in $200,000-$300,000, I would look at expanding it, but I would like to start off small. I don't see where, just creating 2 positions to start with. I think we have other needs. That's just my opinion.
I understand.
And we'll bring, as we talk again with Ms. Harris, also realize the impact on grants on the finance side. And so we are talking about, when she does her presentation about staffing of the finance department, but every grant has to have a financial reporting that has to go through our finance department. So we have to think of at least, I'm looking at a grant function in terms of 2 people, 1 the writer, and 2 the coordinator administrator, or whatever's going to go through finance. Finance has to have some type of grant support, because if you just have the writer bringing all these in, we're not accounting for the other burden that comes with that for the reporting and the coordination on it. So we'll talk about that more in context.
And believe me, federal grants are very complicated when you come to reporting. So I understand the need for a grant coordinator, even if we don't get a grant writer, because we have grants coming into the finance department. And somebody, needs to manage those grants.
I just get excited when I see all that money.
Most grants come with the ability to pay for somebody to do all of
Yes.
that.
You can offset some of the admin costs, yes, sir.
Yes.
I just get excited to see money that we could get.
Any other questions for Ms. Harden?
One other question, are all your positions filled? All
No, ma'am.
12?
No, ma'am, we're getting closer, though.
Okay. How many?
We have 2 code enforcement officers that I believe that we're in the process right now, and interviewed last week and the week before for planning director. So, and we promoted a admin assistant to a position for planning technician. And I am so thankful I did, because they've been able to help me keep up with the comp plan and UDO process and maybe streamline that a little bit better, get it done faster. I'm really stinking proud of the development services staff, just so that you know. It's not just about planning and zoning. The stormwater folks, I don't ever want to follow Terrence again for presentation. I want to go first. You just can't follow Terrence. And Darren and his group keeping it all together and moving forward, the amount of work stress that they have potential of falling to, and they're not. They are doing such a great job with the development pressure, with the challenges we've got, with the changes that we're going through with the comp plan, and then the UDO. I'm just really super duper proud of all of them, and really thankful to be here to see it.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. All right, let me make sure I didn't skip nobody else, did I? Delinquent tax. Hopefully, we don't have any.
Yeah, we ask our constituents now, we'd love you. We'd love you to come on in here, and they said, stop loving me. Well, good afternoon, Council. Thank you so much for the time to present my request to you for my budget for 24-25. I am the delinquent tax collector, records management department head, and passport acceptance administrator. So I don't have one hat, I have three. The request that I'm making today is I need a little bit of help, because what I'm doing, and I'm kind of doing this a little bit backwards in my presentation, but if you'll just bear with me, hopefully I can paint a good picture for you. What I'm trying to concentrate on is revamping the system for our records management request, research, request time, and our storage facilities, maximizing them out to the most efficiency that we can have for them, because we do have records that we have to keep forever that we are going to at one point have limited space for. So I'm trying to solve some problems as we grow as a county. We are also opening up our passport, which I want to say thank you so much for last year's addition to my staff, because she is absolutely wonderful, and we are ahead of schedule for the amount of passports that we have so far this year. Our walk-in Wednesdays are a huge hit. Everybody loves them. They generate about 60% of our business right now. We're almost at half capacity for all of last year, and this is just through April. So with that, when we have walk-in Wednesdays, we have a tremendous amount of traffic down in our records management and passport office. So what I'm trying to do is alleviate unnecessary traffic, as I call it, and that is through having departments come downstairs just to kind of pull a record. We have created a request ticket through our IT department, which allows our county employees to make requests either of a file that they need or of storage that they're letting us know, yes, I have boxes coming down to you, and or any kind of research time. Maybe they don't know exactly what record they're looking for and they need some time. Through South Carolina Archival, we've also, revisited the fact that we need somebody down there with those folks, or with any, if they have if the public wants to request a record. Okay, that's through a FOIA request, and they still may want to come down and do some research. Well, I don't want to just let them have at it with all of our records, so we have to have some staff personnel in there. So with all that said, and on top of the delinquent tax, which is always mandated by state law, I am requesting this year for a deputy tax collector position to be a promotion from within, meaning I'm not asking for a new person. I am asking for someone who is already with our staff, who already is trained, who already has all the expertise to be promoted to deputy delinquent tax collector. I think this will hit on a lot of our strategic plan adoption, being high performance, resource optimization, and quality development. Because another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cross-train every employee that works for me. We're going to be able to work in all three areas. So that's going to optimize our performance, and that we're pursuing the cross-training of all employees in the departments to be able to perform the applications of job duties across departments. The high performance is challenging current staff to increase their job skills and knowledge of each department. This will better serve the community that enhances customer service. And also the quality development is fully utilizing the potential of all job skills of all of our current employees. So I really feel that this is going to be something that's going to maximize the dollars that we spend for our personnel. My operating budget is not going to change at all. I just need a little bit of money, $18,000, to make this change happen. I currently have a capacity for 5 employees, but I only have 4 right now. I had to replace one, and I'm excited to say that we transferred from within, so we promoted within the county. Super excited because this individual comes with training in all of our systems. She's coming from the Treasurer's office, sorry. And so she already knows our systems, so she's going to hit the ground running. So I'm going to be able to continue with training for the other systems that I wouldn't put into place and make it an efficient system that works forward as our county grows. So with that, is there any questions?
Kudos on hiring within.
Thank you.
And the passports, I'm so glad we got that pretty much in order.
Yes, ma'am. I would really love for us to open 2 more days, but I've got to get these other components in place so that it makes it an easy and smooth transition.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assessor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. I know y'all have had a busy day. I'm Brad Carnes. I'm the county assessor for Lancaster County. Just here to present about our budget today. I've got a few highlights. Y'all know what we do. We maintain and assess all of the real property in Lancaster County. We also process state tax exemptions for property, and we maintain parcel maps for the county. Some highlights of the work that we accomplished this year. We reviewed over 9,300 parcels. We put on over 900, we assessed over 900 new construction buildings this year, and we added over 5,000 property transfers. Those are deed sales, those are wills, those are deed of distributions, all those things wrapped up. For next year, for the coming budget, I just have a couple of things that we're asking for. One of them, let's see, am I the one moving this? There we go. All right, so I just have a couple of things. I think mine's pretty straightforward this year. We're asking for, we have annual contract maintenance with Patriot, which is our CAMA system that helps us computer-assisted appraisal modeling. That's how we keep all of our data and do our values. They're asking for a $900 increase, and then our Q Public website, which I really hope that y'all are using and are aware of. That's our main point where we put all of our data out to county citizens. So they don't have to call us. It's right there at their fingertips. Hopefully y'all have seen that and everything. They're asking for a $380 increase this year, and those are part of contract. So that's a pretty straightforward request. The big request I have this year is I would like to hire an outside firm to come in and do a mobile home audit. So this company, it's Palmetto Posting. They would come in and review all of our mobile home records. They would go send out teams to visit each site and confirm, what's there. Is the mobile home that's there what we have on the record? Is the mobile home there? Does it have the county decal, which means it went through the correct permitting process? Is it damaged? Do we need to take it off? While they're there, they will geolocate it. They will take pictures. They will verify the address. So what we get back in return is a report that has pictures of all the mobile homes in the county. They have GIS locations, so they go into our parcel maps so that you can have a layer where you see all of them. They're going to verify which ones have decals, which ones don't, so we can inform the correct department that, hey, this mobile home was probably placed out here in violation. You know, you need to follow up and make sure that they go through the permitting process like they're supposed to. It would also identify any mobile homes that have changed that we're not aware of. So if you have a 1984 mobile home out there that we think that's what out there, somebody comes and swaps it out for a 2004, they don't pull permits, they don't do anything like that, this kind of project would catch those. It's a part of our, this is the year to do it because it's going to be a part of our reassessment project for next year. And it's basically some extra hands and eyes and ears for us to free up the appraisers that we do have to focus on all the other issues. And this company offers this subject. And we're asking for, it's a flat fee based on the number of mobile homes. So based on our number of mobile homes, we're looking at right at 93,000. It does have the potential, I don't want to make a claim, but it does have the potential to pay for itself. If we have an error rate of 10% or more, if you average out what the average mobile home is worth, that would pay for this project over the next 4 years of tax revenue. That's my presentation. Any questions?
So Brad, if somebody had a decal on their mobile home and put it on a window and the window got replaced and now the decal's no longer there because the window got broken, is there not a way to trace that permit?
We track decal numbers.
Okay.
So if we have a mobile, so if in that case, when they send us a report, when we go looking for that, if they have a 1990 wood, Fleetwood, and it matches, and we have that decal on record, then they would be clear.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Let's go on down to the Register of Deeds.
Oh, wait, maybe Brad could help us because as much as I like that Q Public that he's talking about, it sure is hard to find for the average person, which is a more compelling reason why we need a website update.
You mean just the actual, go on the county map, just to get the...
No, when you go into the assessor and then you got to come somewhere, I can't remember exactly, but it's in the middle, and I trial and error it, and I know new people probably can't. I think I might have called you one time, but I thought I got lost.
Are you referring, just want to be clear, so if there is something, we can fix it. You're saying when they go to our website and it's under online assessor's data, you think it should be clear, is that what you're saying, a clearer link
Somehow we
to
need
it?
to make it more dynamic that people, that's where you click.
Okay.
Because like you said, you want them to use it, but when they can't find it, they have to call Dennis Marstall and say, did they move it?
Yes, sir.
No, let me see. Let me call Brad.
Yeah, well, we're actually going to be, I don't know if, last year y'all approved a program for us to move all of our processing, our applications to a digital, so we'll be web-based. So the site's going to get more use because the taxpayers will sign up for an account and all of their information will be under there. So hopefully that'll resolve some issues.
We were promised a new web design, I think, earlier today,
Okay.
which will help you, I hope.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Brittany Grant. I'm the Register of Deeds for Lancaster County. You guys hear me okay? My department has a staff of 5 full-time employees. We'll take a moment to brag on them. They are wonderful. No matter if we do 50 documents a day, 150, they make sure it's processed same day. The strategic priority for my department would be resource optimization and high performance. And I want to touch on some highlights in my department from last fiscal year. The first thing there is the e-file recording. So 76% of our documents came through electronic filing last year. It really helps us out. It's more efficient. We can process the documents quicker. It's cost effective. It reduces postage fees. And if there's something in the document that needs to be corrected, it's missing a witness or notary, we can return that back electronically as opposed to snail mail and waiting days to get that document processed. We are a revenue generating department. So the next item there are deed stamps. I think last fiscal year, our revenue was $2 million. So 1.6 of that was through deed stamps. Just quickly, I'll tell you how that's calculated, is $3.70 per thousand. We retain $1.10, the state gets a $2.60. So if we record a deed for $100,000 consideration, the state will get $260 of that, and $110 the county retains. Recording fees, for every document we record, there's a flat fee. For example, a deed's $15, so that makes up the $310,000. And we also get 3% back on the deed stamps if we pay those before the 20th of each month. And last year, that was $117,000. And as far as my budget for this year, I'm requesting the same thing. It was effective for us last year, so we like to keep it the same this year. Any questions?
Make it real easy.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Procurement.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm here presenting the budget for the procurement department. We are not requesting any changes in our budget. We have a staff of 3. Our goals align with the strategic plan through resource optimization and high performance. Some of our goals this year are going to be to continue to get all of the contracts for the county in our database so we can track everything. We can review all the contracts to mitigate risk for the county. We're updating all our policies and procedures. We're going to try to streamline some of the credit card processes. And we're going to start doing more outreach for training for our internal customers. And we do have 3 full-time staff. I have to brag on my staff. They're the greatest in the world, and I hope y'all remember how much of an asset our current employees are when you look at this budget.
All right, let's move on down to the Treasury.
And our treasurer is out with a death in the family, so we have a great stand-in with Adrian, so she can come forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes of your time today to go over our budget. The Treasurer's Office is the banker of the county. My department is operated by 7 full-time and 1 part-time clerk. I am requesting an increase in the amount of $10,627 to fund the seasonal clerk yearly, 20 to 25 hours a week. We no longer use the lockbox processing center to process our mail. Everything is done in the office. Operating, you will see a decrease due to software realignment that should be handled through the auditor's office. No capital improvement increase. Basically, like Jennifer said, we're losing 1 clerk to the tax collector. Our part-time clerk has become full-time, and we need another seasonal.
What, you're through, they stole one of your employees? And then you took your part-time, made him full-time? So you still got a part-time, right?
Looking for.
No, we're looking for a part-time.
They have a seasonal, so we're going to clarify. They have a seasonal, which is in limited hours than what a part-time is. So they want to upgrade from a seasonal to a part-time.
Oh, not a seasonal to a full-time?
The lock,
Permanent part-time, yeah, permanent part-time.
you know, we had the issues with the lockbox and
Yeah.
the stuff going to Charlotte. So
Right.
that no longer.
So we were able to absorb that lockbox with the seasonal help. That's worked out well. So now they want to make the seasonal help a full-time, part-time, is what the $10,000 difference is.
Part-time.
Why wouldn't you make them a permanent full-time?
Because
She's requesting a permanent part-time.
I'm just going, just asking the question and trying to help the treasurer's office out.
That's right. Any questions?
You got 4 minutes left if you want to spend it.
No, I don't.
You good?
I'm good.
All right.
I like these fast ones. We're catching up.
You think so?
We were catching up till we heard from the auditor. Uh-oh.
You take your time.
I'm not going to fuss, I promise. I very much appreciate everything that y'all do for my department. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. In my department, we have 7 full-time employees. Our strategic priority is to be a high-performance office. We currently bill out an average of 8,000 vehicle bills a month, and for 2023 real property, we billed out approximately 63,000 notices to the countywide. Our office has to make sure all these bills are accurate and are charged appropriately. Our office transactions have increased over the past 5 years, and with the growth we are experiencing, we will continue to have increases in vehicles and homestead exemptions. We started, I don't know if y'all are aware, but we started the customer service surveys last July, and there's a lot of people that do these surveys in our office. They do the little QR code, and it goes to Brenda, and we got a 99% customer satisfaction approval rating of our customer service. Alan?
Yeah.
I don't doubt that at all.
So the revenue generated far exceeds our department expenditures. We also provide figures to finance for the local option sales tax credit, debt service, and my office is also responsible for the calculation of the homestead reimbursements and the manufacturer's reimbursements each year that is provided by the state. So here's what I'm asking for. I am asking for $38,271 for myself and my deputy, Dawn Falconberry, to bring us up to minimum pay according to the county pay scale. The rest of my staff was brought up last year, and I very, very much appreciate it, and they very much appreciate it. When the filing fees came out for us to run, as y'all know, as elected officials, I am the lowest paid elected official in this county, but my office generates over 64% of the revenue for this county. And I would greatly appreciate your consideration for this request. The next item is for the realignment of software contract that was previously not included in our budget. All I'm going to say, this happened before I took office. That money was taken out of her budget, put in the treasurer's office. We are trying to get it back, put back in my budget so we can know what is being spent out of it. The last thing I'm asking for is for a contractual service agreement is for $2,600 with a company called Accurate. It is basically a search engine that you can use for people that when they come in and tell us, oh, we don't have a vehicle, you can run their name and you can find out if they got a vehicle.
It's only $2,600?
Yes, for a year.
And so how quickly would that pay itself back? 6 months?
Very quickly, because we're going to use it to do vehicles, and we're also going to do to search to see if they have other property in South Carolina or in the United States. So, yeah,
I'm familiar with that company.
Yes.
A lot I had service.
Suzette and I have talked about this months and months ago about people claiming they don't have cars. Like, what do you think? You're dumb? You know, you're just walking around. So those people need to be brought on the tax rolls.
Yeah, you can find out a lot of information.
You can.
If you come to Indian Land and drive through the
I don't need-
apartment complexes once a week,
I know.
Sit outside the schools when they're dropping the kids off.
Yeah,
Now, listen, Mr.
in our
Chair.
apartment complex, I've seen Washington,
is.
Texas,
And
New
they just
York,
So if y'all-
Ohio,
if
and
y'all
I don't know
wanna
where
be
else.
Really, really gracious, I would greatly love a code enforcement officer to go work these out-of-state plates up there.
Mr.
In the
Chair.
past, the county has,
They did, and it was given to the sheriff's department.
so we have that position.
But
Oh, no, it got reclassified. It's gone.
Yeah.
But it might be worthwhile to add an employee, permanent, full-time, and if they kind of did not give us a return on investment at some point, we could reclassify that person to another job somewhere.
Did you say we?
We as council, yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure we, okay? You know what I'm talking about. Mr. Chair, wait a minute, I want to say something to that. I just want to thank you for being a team player. You know what I mean? And we appreciate it, because we are not sweating anymore. And you mentioned the lowest paid elected officials. I think you forgot about us.
But I know y'all do, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all were, that was brought to my attention too, that I wasn't, that y'all were, so.
Look on the bright side, at least you had to pay the lowest filing fee. Well, I guess we had the lowest filing fee.
Y'all had the lowest.
And, you know, all these departments in here do a great job with their interaction with the customers or our constituents. But if you're having a bad day and you want to make yourself feel better, go take a seat in that office for about an hour and just watch the interactions, because a lot of people is frustrated because they're dealing with the highway department, they're having to deal with to get the taxes paid, they're having to go to the auditor, and they got to do this in a certain order, and the majority of the time they get sit here and there before they get it right. So they have people, when they open that door, they're huffing and puffing to start with.
I
So,
bet I know where you lost that 1%.
yeah.
No, I don't know where it was either.
Had to be from Kershaw, though.
It might have been, yeah.
All right, well, we appreciate what everybody does. Thank you.
Thank y'all for the kind words. Thank you.
Let's see, we got a court. Who we got? Circuit Court?
We got circuit.
Circuit Court, Clerk of Court?
And we have no more money, Jeff.
Good, because I'm not asking for any. I am not.
Is there this coming year, there will be a new Clerk of Court? And there was primary scheduled for both sides, so there's just one candidate running?
That's it. And I will introduce him.
If you don't, yeah, because he'll be, Mike,
Hey, Mike.
unless there's a write-in candidate that can get 30 or 40,000 votes, that will be our new clerk of court.
You need to get some security in this building. That's something you might want to consider. You know, you were talking about hard day at the office. That's just me from over there looking in, because I have security. But might be something y'all want to consider down the road.
I got security right here. If anything happens, I'm going to get behind him, hold him up.
But, of course, that's not part of my budget. In the circuit court, I have 3 part-time, this bailiffs, okay? And if you look at my budget, it's a level budget from last year, so I'm not asking for anything. Department snapshot, criminal cases filed last year was 2,848, and they disposed of 2,368, which is a pretty good number. But now, that doesn't deal with backlog. Okay, that's just what was filed. So those numbers can get all skewed. And bless the solicitor's heart with that. Civil cases, 1,707, cases disposed 1,847. With the asterisk, that just means it was a carryover from the previous year. So that's a good thing. So we got some other cases off the books. Clerk of Court, 063, we have 7 employees. 2 of those are our custodians, and the other 5 are court staff. There's a snapshot on the next, reflected on circuit. I'm sorry, it was reflected there. Okay, you look down there, level budget. I will tell you this, we are clipping the capital projects down. We finished almost finished the public defender's area up there. We're about door cores and artwork away. So that's, we're close. So we're getting close to that. That number will come down. Family court was completed, and courtroom B will be next. So and all this is AV upgrades. And I'm going to leave it to the next clerk to be asking for jury assembly and courtroom C. So you might hear from him next year about that. And Dennis, I provided Dennis last year, and I don't know if you'll have a copy. We got a 5-year preventive maintenance plan for the facility, and y'all might have got that. I'm not sure. If not, we can get you a copy. Let's go to family court, 4 full-time. And let me tell you this, I have not asked for an employee as long as I've been here.
You actually gave back an employee.
I did. So 24 years. Chester County has 4 employees in their family court. You see what we got? We got 4 in family court. But what I'm telling you is, these people are cross-trained. I've got people cross-trained in everything they do, and they are the hardest working people in the court system. And I always will say that. We've got our conference coming up in York County, and I always brag on, it doesn't always take a bunch of people to get some things done, but you got to take care of these people down the road and their salaries. And I think y'all have done a great job. I like, the salary plan and all that is working well. So, and they're hanging in there with us. So, let's see. 931 cases filed, 947. So that's, again, some carryover for family court. Again, what's that, 5-4? The difference there, for some reason, though, that was left out of last year's budget. We found that, didn't we, Jamie? And while I'm at it, wonderful people to work with. Wonderful people to work with, because they came to see me.
Will they say that about you too?
I don't know. Hey, I will say this. I'm happy they're here, because y'all have been through a process of losing your money people. And they picked it up and carried the ball well, as far as I can see. But anyway, any questions?
Great luck in your retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go on down to our library. Or library, I don't know.
Library. Not library,
How do you pronounce that?
library.
Generally, if I'm interviewing for an interview and they say library, you ain't getting hired. But we
No
get
chance I
library.
get hired.
We get library, and library is the proper.
Which one's correct?
Library has an R in it.
Library.
Library. Yeah.
Not
Remember
library.
that when you go to apply for that part-time job to help supplement your pay for the
Yes.
Senate.
That's like that Lancaster stuff.
Yeah. We need to train some people to say
Yeah, okay.
correctly, don't we?
Okay, Dennis, how you pronounce Lancaster?
I've been doing a good job with it.
Jenny?
He struggled.
This year, we're not asking for any increase in our budget. Fortunately, the state General Assembly is increasing our state aid by 25 cents per capita, which is significant for Lancaster County with our growth, so we're grateful for that. Lancaster County Library has 13 full-time employees and 10 part-time, and our strategic priorities are infrastructure and quality development. And so as you can see there from our budget, we have it outlined. Some interesting things to highlight in ways that our libraries impact our communities. This is National Library Week, so we have had such a tremendous response from organizations and our patrons coming in, and this week we're fine-free. So we're allowing patrons to come in who have had fines to be forgiven this week. So we're celebrating that way. So we've had a tremendous response from that. But if you look at our highlights and impact data, we have 48,911 card holders in Lancaster County and over 250 new cards per month. In the summer, we spiked to about 300 new cards per month. That's significant. And last year, we had over 18,000 people who attended our program. So we have tremendous response. And the library creates such an asset to our community. And does anybody have any questions?
The 18,000 people attending programs, meaning just read along or whatever for children, or what kind of activities?
Those are cross-generational. So we have book clubs, we have STEM programs, we have STEAM programs, we have Lego Club. We have all across ages and different interests. So that's mainly, most of those come from our summer reading programs, which we're about to kick those off this start May. But that's over the course of the year for all ages. And Kershaw has some, I don't know if you've been paying attention to Kershaw's programs, they are hitting home runs. They have chess club, they have Minecraft club. Their programs are doing really well. And just to note, if you haven't seen today's paper, 2 of the articles in this paper are about the library. So don't miss that.
Well, that's an impressive number. I mean, 18,000 that's good.
Yes. Anybody have any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So much.
Economic development.
Well, it's good to be here in Lancaster. I did get it right.
Thank you, Brian.
It took me 6 months. So just a little bit about our budget this year. We're going to come in about 10% in a positive variance, so under budget for the year. That's primarily because we didn't have a business retention and expansion manager for much of the year, and we did not go on as many prospecting missions as we would have liked to have had with a full staff. We now have a full staff of 3. We hired a part-time person for the summer last year. We'd like to try to do that again if we have money in the budget. This will be pretty easy and simple. We are not recommending or asking for any increase in the budget, so we're keeping our budget the same, both on the personnel and operating level. Our strategic priority is quality development, really trying to raise the quality of life for every citizen in the county, and glad to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions?
Well, I would love to know, you've got down here the number of new job announcements from 2018 to 2023, 2,500. But it would sure be nice to see that broken out by fiscal year, just to see how we're trending. And we've got, we got issues with interest rates. And something I read recently was we might see a 1 percentage point drop in like mortgages, 30-year mortgages, things like that, which means the Federal Reserve will be a little slow in reducing the rates. And I'm sure that's going to impact your recruiting and probably getting industry moving. So I wish you a lot of luck.
Yeah, well, this it's interesting, and I'll be glad to provide that information. We've had a slowdown. I mean, you'll see a slowdown, but there was a slowdown in projects across the United States over the last 4 years. And then with, our department, we lost everybody in the department a year and a half ago. So we couldn't recruit like we were supposed to. So the trend isn't good. But to your point there, what we do anticipate is that while there may be a slowdown in the United States, we think there's still going to be a lot of companies coming in from abroad or looking at South Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, we saw earlier, building permits and all that declining. So, I mean, obviously, I think it would follow through with yours, but I think it'd be a lot worse if we weren't South Carolina and right outside of Charlotte for Lancaster County. So it's going to be a challenge, but we'll survive it.
Thank you.
I want to tell you, Amy done a great job the other night with her presentation
Good.
to us.
You're the second person that said that, so that's great.
Really, really did.
So what are y'all telling Brian? He better be careful and watch his back?
You did well in hiring her.
We hired a good person there, and we believe in cross-training too. So if somebody got hit by a bus like myself, Amy or anybody should be able to step in. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
Thank you. And drum roll, please. Last budget presentation for today. Ms. Harris, thank you.
All righty, thank you. So the finance department, we are a team of 8 with 1 part-time. And our strategic priorities, we're focusing on resource optimization and becoming even more high-performance department and division. And so we have, some of our highlights outlined here on the right, looking at the just the percentage and change over the past 5 years in the expenses in the general fund increased by right about 30%. The year-to-date expenses in grants has increased 361%. I know that's primarily due to ARPA funding over the past few years. The number of P-card transactions and the dollar amount associated with that has significant increases. The AP processing, which we know is for us a one-man shop, it is amazing the amount of work that one person is processing, pretty much by hand, opening envelopes, processing paper payments. And, it's gone down some as far as the number of transactions she's processing by paper, but it's kind of in line with the increase in P-card activity, which we would expect. But the dollar amount in those AP transactions that are being processed has grown over 30%. All right, so I will talk about what we are asking for the next fiscal year. We had talked about previously, you've heard others talk about beginning to build out a grants function for the county. We have some areas that are, they actually have grant writers that are writing for their areas, but we want to look at something that's more comprehensive and effective for the entire county. And so in the finance department, we want to start that with the adding the position of the grants coordinator. We feel like it's important that this person really focus on not just looking at the grants that we might be eligible for and finding these things that are in alignment with the way that the district is going, but also getting a handle on all of the requirements associated with these grants. There's, all the grants have different requirements, different restrictions around them, different reporting. And so we want to make sure that if we are, accepting a grant award, that it's something that we can actually accommodate. We have already run into issues where we've gotten a grant award and we haven't fully met the requirements as far as what our policies say. So we're having to go back and revisit our policies to make sure that we meet the requirements so that we can even receive the grant in the county. And we want to make sure that we have all the pieces in place to be able to fully monitor it and to make sure that we can do accurate reporting on it so that we don't run the risk of having to, revert funds back to the grantor. And so that's one position that we're looking at for our area, as well as the addition of either a deputy or assistant CFO position. And so the capacity of work or the amount of volume of work that's coming through our department and the way that the work is being processed is heavily manual. And so looking forward with the plan to incorporate an ERP system, the amount of attention that'll need to be given to not just the planning, but when we get to implementation, which could be, potentially 2 or 3 years out, the amount of time that'll be dedicated to that. There's a lot of time commitment around just talking to and trying to get the implementer to understand how our processes have been done, to make sure that when there is a transition and going live, that there's nothing that falls through the cracks and that we learn how to effectively use the new tool to be able to become more efficient in our area. And so to build up to that and prepare for that, make sure that we have the manpower in place to continue to do the day-to-day work, but also to prepare for what that transition will entail. And I mentioned before the one-man shop that we have in our AP department. We included a request, an interdepartmental request that we submitted to the IT department for a software that will streamline and automate the AP payment process. So receiving invoices, paying invoices, accurate receipting, and to be able to do some accurate reporting around paying our bills, making sure we pay our bills on time, and we maintain a good credit history with our vendors.
How transformative would the ERP software be for your department or for the organization overall?
Personally, I think it would be a 360-degree transformation for us, especially around not just our payment processing, but our procurement process, our contract processing, our approval processing, making sure the right people see and endorse and sign off on things at the right dollar threshold level. Right now, the way that we're doing some of those processes is a little bit fragmented. It's very manual. People are keeping track of things on separate spreadsheets, one department not necessarily talking to another, and not because it's intentional, but just because of the way the work is so siloed, there's not that natural connection to make sure that all the requirements are met for certain things. And so we are trying to build a bridge to rectify some of those things right now, looking at our policies, how can we tighten them up, how can we make sure that it crosses from one department to the other, all the right people see it and sign off. And an ERP system would fully integrate all of the processes, not just in finance, but across HR, with our people management, with our resource management. And so it would be a game changer for the county.
Rena, welcome to Lancaster County. And I got to say, you've really stepped up on all this stuff. It's only going to get worse because Ms. McGriff is going to get very, very nitpicking going forward in this budget process. So be ready for her. And I will say, you know, at our planning session, one of the first things you learned, do you remember what you might have told somebody that somebody doesn't like to spend money?
Oh, yes.
So you were very perceptive. You're right. I don't like to spend money. It's taxpayer
I didn't hear it right, but yeah, I do remember that.
That is so true.
Have you ever walked behind Alan? He squeaks when he's walked. That's how tight he is.
But you'll find all that out when he start going through the budget line item by line item. But I do appreciate your presentation, and one thing I do support, as I said earlier, is I know finance need a grant coordinator, because I have worked through my agency when we partner with the county on federal grants, and that was an area that we had talked about a need for.
Yeah, I mean, I can see where even right now, if we just had an effective software to get started, to be able to inventory all the grants that we have across the county, and to be able to make sure that we support departments in the entire process from start to finish.
Yes.
The application, fully vetting the application to make sure that it is something that it's viable for the county, that we can support it, that we have the right processes in place to be able to report back. Sometimes it's more than just financial reporting, it's programmatic reporting. How are we making the best use of the funding? And it's also setting us up to be able to potentially qualify for even more funding.
Absolutely, yeah.
Sabrina, you probably don't know the answer, but I'm going to ask anyway. How many years has it been that we've had 8 full-time and 1 part-time? When was the last time we added on employees to the finance department?
You know what?
2 years ago.
2 years ago?
Somewhere.
Wasn't 2 years.
I don't remember.
I don't know that right off, but I believe that over the past few years, there has been maybe a loss and then an add-on, a loss in a position that I believe it was an AP-related position, but the add-on of the senior fiscal analyst. And so we've kind of balanced out some, but I mean, with the growth of the district and the diversity of funding, I think it's definitely worth looking at how we need to go ahead and adjust for that now.
Well, I just want to make a point that, you've stepped in so far, just shown us how good you are and done an excellent job. But when there's turnover, especially in finance, things can sometimes fall through the cracks during transitions like that and handoffs. And I just wonder, y'all, if this is not the right time to think hard about that deputy finance director, so that during this transition, and she may have just nailed it anyway, but just to have somebody else there to help you.
Are you talking about spending money?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Trying to help Sabrina
Just
here.
want to clear that up.
Just something to think about. I just think that we need to support her keep this finance department hitting on all cylinders like it has done in the past. Billy,
We appreciate the
Billy,
support.
I heard that. Yeah, I didn't say for any other department, did I? All right.
Well, we do have one more topic. Do you want to cover the non-departmental?
I do. Any other questions related to our departmental request?
No.
All right, so in addition to just our department, we do cover making sure that we are budgeting appropriately for our non-departmental expenses. And so what you see here is in just a little over $200,000 increase in our non-departmental expenses. And so we've looked at where we need to adjust the budget up for workers' comp, retiree insurance, and the retirement match. And so we based that on a 3-year spending trend to see just how we might need to adjust for that, what we can expect for next year. As well as what rate increases for the contract for the annual audit, our enterprise-wide postage, which we just learned today that there's a postage increase on the way. And so hopefully we have adjusted appropriately for that, but also medical insurance for our detention center detainees and making sure that we cover our property and liability insurance.
And to that point, I believe the postal request is 7 cents. So stamps, no, is it 5? We'll go from 68 to 73 or 74. Okay, 5 cents. So when you think about all the bills that we mail out, and the auditor talked about 56,000 bills, we do got to make sure we're accounting for that increase.
Better rate than
Well, agreed. But we still got to factor.
The rate
yeah.
still will go up too.
Have we not started moving in the direction where we can send a lot of those bills electronically?
I don't know if our tax bills have that authority.
I don't know.
Well, we got somebody going to the state senate. He can
As of
probably-
now, in
probably
fiscal year
take
25,
care of that.
We don't know yet now that he's going. So.
Don't jinx me.
anything else, Sabrina, do debt service or?
Yep, debt service for our department. So just making sure that we budget appropriately to cover our bond obligations, the principal and the interest for. So there's a $6.4 million increase incorporated into the budget for that.
And then before, if you all have more questions, but before, Sabrina's going to do another presentation, kind of do a summary of all the requests, but within your book, if you want to highlight, Ms. Harris, about we have some documents there under the tab that says supplemental handouts.
Yes.
Is there anything you want to highlight from that?
In that supplemental section, it's just to kind of help you as the departments come forward when there is conversation around increasing the fee schedule. There is a copy of the fee schedule in the back of your binder, as well as a list of all of the position requests. And so they're broken out by department, the different position types. The individual salaries aren't itemized for the positions, but where those departments have asked for multiple positions, the total is there. And it does include the salary and associated benefits and the one-time costs that go along with those positions, like if they do need supplies or computer phones and things like that. And then the last page, or it might be the second page, is just the historical millage, the 10-year historical millage, just a little bit more of a detailed view of the historical millage.
So if you have any questions for her to the finance department or debt or non-departmental, be sure to ask. But we have a last handout, if we'll advance the slide now, to give you about the discussion about the operating budget. So she can kind of summarize partially what you've seen today, what you'll see next Wednesday, and then kind of how I start the deliberations for the administrator's recommendation. So you should have at the back of your book today a PowerPoint that looks like this. It says discussion of operating budget. And she'll start from the page 1 there, and she can take from there.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'll go over some of what you've already heard, especially in walking through the audit, a little bit of the history, but also just summarizing the requests that have come forward today, but it's also including those that you'll see next week from the departments. All right, so I'll start with our county revenue. And what you see here is just a summary of all of the revenue. This is inclusive of all funds, including the general fund. And just looking at the actual revenue over the past 3 years, and also our 9-month revenue. So at 9 months in, or at the end of March, we are at 225 million. And so compared to what we took in for all of last year, 235 million. We do still have 3 months that we need to look at, but over on the right, you'll see just the top three in our revenue. Our ad valorem tax, which is our real property tax, our capital sales tax 3, the 1% local option, as well as a local option rollback. And we'll talk about the fund balance a little bit too when we look at the general fund.
The spike in 22, did that partly have to do with ARPA funding or?
This is revenue sources, which.
Yeah, we should have got ARPA earlier on.
Yeah, it
So we just had a good collection year that year.
may
And
be. We
permit,
can
the
look-
building permits was part of it, yeah.
Permits,
Record
okay.
year for permits.
Yeah, but we'll take that as a note too, just to look back to see specifically for 2022 what significant revenues were there.
But also, as we heard, that impacted the deeds when we did the deed stamp. So all that revenue, I think the Registrar of Deeds office had $1.5 to $2 million increase that year.
All right, so if we drill down a little bit, looking just at the general fund, we can see the top three in the, just the general fund are pretty much the same. The real property taxes, the 1% local option rollback, as well as our personal property tax, like for vehicles. And so you'll see here, I'll focus on the last two bars to the right, where you see the pink is the adopted budget, where we have our $88 million budgeted. And just as a reminder, included in that budgeted number is $12 million in that we've assigned fund balance. And so that's a one-time, that'll come out, we'll back that out going into the new year. And looking at where we are in the third quarter as far as, our actual revenue, we're right under 70 million in our actual revenue. And then from there, we'll just drill down one level deeper, just looking specifically at the ad valorem tax. We adopted for this year 32 million, and we're already at 33.7. So we've already collected, more than what we had anticipated this year for the ad valorem tax. All right, this is just a year-over-year comparison of our millage rate. And so we can see where from 22 to 23, where we have made increases in our county operating. We increased our millage. We see where our debt millage has gone down, which is good. We're paying off our debt. We also have a small increase in our capital improvement. All right, and just another pictorial view of our historical millage. This is just the total county millage, so it's inclusive of the operating, debt, capital improvement, and our courthouse security millage rates. But you can just look at the changes over time. All right, so we'll go from here and start looking at just a summary of the departmental request. And starting with the non-personnel categories, we see an increase of just over $5 million. And so it's itemized here to the right where you can see the specific categories. You see the huge jump in equipment, mostly related to requests, those major requests on the side from the sheriff's office, fire service, solid waste, and so on. Also included in these figures are all those departmental requests that went through the IT department. And we've made sure to work very closely with departments with those types of requests, that during this process, they would submit those to IT to make sure that they're properly vetted, make sure that if we do purchase those, that we can plug them in and IT can fully support it. And so we've made sure to include those requests here as well. Included here, you'll see our direct assistance. We've included a contingency budget, and as well as increases in our maintenance and contractual service agreements. That's a significant area where we've seen increases, vendor increases by percentage for some of those, and so there's been increases for those across departments.
Dennis, what's the big jump in the fire services?
I'll jump back to that.
If you back that up, that is are you looking at the 353? Or you're looking at there's a larger number coming from Indian Land Fire. But the fire service, that is where the fire commission has recommended a set level of funding per each department. I can't remember what that number is, if it's
75,000.
so I think it's 75, and how they want to structure their proposal is that you allocate 75, but the departments would request what they need. So some department may need 80, some may need 70, and does it all wash. So this is a first-time proposal from the Fire Commission for that type of funding structure going forward.
That's if the millage passed.
No, they would love to see that system with or without the millage, because that's more operating. When we're going to talk about millage, we'll talk about millage more in the concept of capital. But the Fire Commission and their review would love to have what they consider individualized departmental funding on an equal basis across the county, regardless of the status of their station, the number of volunteers, or the number of calls. They want standardized funding across the departments is the initial request going forward. So not dependent, separate from the millage conversation.
When you say standardized, is it dependent on formula or anything?
I don't have the basis by which they came up with the 75,000. I know a lot of it when they're thinking about nowadays are all moving to hopefully having contracted hose testing service. So there's some standard levels of service across each department where you got to do testing equipment, different things. And there's new equipment expenses for each department. So based upon that gets you to such and such a level. But then if they want to do some other types of improvements, again, I don't have the full details of what into the dollar amount. But again, they believe that every department has needs, and they want it consistent.
I'd like to see last year, the year before, what we've actually spent.
Yeah.
Or if they want to break it down, how much, they should have the numbers, how much they've given each department.
And we're having this a little bit before next Wednesday's conversations, when we'll have the Fire Commission and Fire Service budget presentation along with the public safety. So we'll have an opportunity. I'll tee Darren up for that.
But because
for
they
next week.
requested it, you're going to look at the overall justification behind it.
Absolutely.
And the need.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I want you to hear, I want you to hear everything that they're asking, what the conversation is, and then I'll use my filter and let you know how I've kind of reconciled some things and share it with you.
I just want to point out, I keep harping on the fact we need a 5-year pro forma budget going forward. When you look at the county revenue, all funds, and we saw that FY22, that orange block was high, and Steve talks about it was an all-time high for building permit fees. So if you go from 22 there to the ad valorem tax chart, which now shows us at 33 million, and so it's higher. The natural growth is when people pull permits, it takes them a couple of years to get that house built. And once that house built, it goes on the tax rolls. And so therefore we see a bigger jump, if you will, just using 18 to 24 months to get a house built. And I think this clearly demonstrates that. And this, now that we're going down in our permits, and we might anticipate a little bit lower natural growth in 2 years from now, because our growth is going to be based on what happened in the year of the permits and things like that to get those new homes and commercial buildings on the tax rolls. So, ma'am?
I was saying maybe you could take care of that part too in Columbia.
No, I'm done. I'm talking right here. This is kind of easy, I think.
I understand what you're saying, and it really makes good sense, really.
So I think we could come up, we say, we don't want to do just a swag, for a budget, 5-year budget, but I think you can actually take some of these numbers and project out and be somewhat accurate and have an idea what you got to look forward to.
All right.
Okay. Let's back ahead here. Okay. So looking at the new positions request, there are a total of 55.75 new FTEs being requested. And so this dollar figure you see here, this 9.9 million, is inclusive of the position salary, the associated benefits, the one-time cost. But this number also includes where folks are asking for pay adjustments, salary increases. That's included in that number as well. And so some of the most significant requests are listed here with the Indian Land Consolidated Fire, Station 3, asking for an additional 14 positions to staff their new two tower trucks. Parks and Rec, asking for 7.6, and they broke out their positions earlier. The sheriff's in detention, as well as, just jump down to the grants functions that we've highlighted. There are 3 positions that have requested that position exchange or conversion, reclassing of their positions to some other need in their departments, as well as separating out the fire and rescue from the emergency management, and there's a town of Kershaw request for 1 firefighter.
So we have a different slide in our book than you've got. Will we get a replacement for that?
We will.
65 employees.
Yeah, this one here has got 67.75
Yeah.
FTEs.
Okay. Yes, we'll make sure.
Or 11 million plus.
Oh, yeah, that was adjusted, and you'll see that adjustment came from the Indian Land Fire, staggered out or pushed out their hire, and they were requesting 26. They figured they don't need it all in the first year, that they can only ask for 14. That's where the difference is.
Yeah, so we will make sure we get a replacement page for you. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, funding request, well, from our other sources, our capital improvement, court mandated, these listed here. You'll see the most significant here. I'll start with the capital improvement, where there's a $1.7 million request to cover the purchase of additional refuse cans and trucks, redesigning a gym floor, and the upgrades at an alternate fleet site. $500,000 for court mandated security replacement cameras, as well as funding for recruitment and retention. These decreases in the center, you'll see for E911 as well as Stormwater. We backed out one-time special projects that were budgeted for this year that'll be complete, as well as in E911, there's a little bit of equipment purchase netted into that, but we backed out all the one-time activity, as well as this $18 million decrease in the Lancaster City Transportation. This is for state funding that they don't expect to receive next year, so we backed that out as well. The debt service and interest payments is listed here.
Can we back up? What's that? What's the Lancaster City Transportation?
It's actually the CTC, County Transportation.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say not city. I just saw that on there too. It's county, yeah, CTC.
Oh, that might be my error. We'll fix that too. Okay, yep, but it's the state funding that we had gotten. Okay, so
Remember, it's going to the veterinarian school at Clemson.
Yes, I recall that specifically.
Got all our money, didn't
And
They did.
all right, and then the largest increase you'll see at the bottom, the $19 million, is for the new Indian Land Fire Station. All right, I know this slide is a little bit busy, but these are all the external agency requests here. And so we're looking at, in total, 15%, just a little over 15% increase from last year's budget. There's 4 or maybe 5 additional requests that were not there last year, starting with that Catawba Community Mental Health Center. They have come forward and requested a temporary replacement because of the renovation of their facility. So that could look like either a temporary facility for them or funding so that they can relocate while their building's being renovated. As well as the Keystone Substance Abuse Services. They're asking for funding for withdrawal and management or detox management program. The Old English Tourism Commission asking for funding for advertising and marketing for tourism. The South Carolina Sesquicentennial Local Committee asking for funding to celebrate the state's 250th. And the Kershaw pool agreement, which was approved for this year at $40,000, and with agreement that council would revisit that and look at that for the second and third year. All right, so we're looking at a $271,000 increase over last year's budget for the external agencies combined.
Now, Sabrina, while you're there, I might as well mention, you're talking about external agencies requests. Now, these are some county agency. Health and Wellness is one of our commissions, right? What else? Historical Commission. What else?
Yeah, those two are existing.
Council on Aging, Ms. McGriff, is that on there?
Yes.
Council on Aging.
I see
is
it, I
on
see it
there.
now, I see it, yeah.
But my concern is, and I know we are doing that $100,000 opera funding. And for those of you who were, I was the only council member here, so we had 35 nonprofits in here that provide services to this county. And I've already asked Dennis if there's any way he could find some more ARPA money that's just floating around out there, maybe $50,000 more, because even if the 35 would qualify and act, that'll be a little bit of nothing. I'm sure everybody out there won't qualify, but I think we need to at least do the best we can, because some of these agencies, if they didn't do it, the county would have to do it. So I'm also requesting that in our next year's budget, and I know we've got a lot of things to consider, that we set aside enough money to fund nonprofits on a rotating basis, because I lived in that world and I know how they struggle. I know what I was doing was a benefit to the county, and a lot of other folks are doing, other agencies are doing benefits. Now, we used to fund nonprofits back before the economy went haywire, and they dropped everything, but they didn't drop everybody. And I keep saying, you do for some, but you don't do for others. But I think we need to have a process where we're fair to all and rotate. If you get it this year, you won't get it the next year, whatever. But at least let them know how much we appreciate them.
But when you say that, I'll make sure, when you say have that for next year's budget, are you suggesting?
The ARPA funding is this year.
And we'll have an ARPA conversation. We'll give everyone the staff. Actually, one of the updates we need to give you is about the amount of ARPA funds you'd asked. We got to clarify that. But we will have an ARPA conversation, I believe, next Wednesday, so you all can see the balance, where there may be some leftover funds to allocate or not. So within that context, that will come back to you all next week.
You know, if we got enough of that, I think that may take over 24, 25. But the next year, we need to look at maybe setting aside some funding for nonprofits. I don't see any heads moving.
Been here 4.5 hours, I think.
Well, 5 more minutes won't hurt.
But we got a few more things to cover if you want to do the next slides.
All right, so just a couple of other things that we'll be making sure that we take into account. State legislation, we have already been informed that we can look at potentially about an 11.8% increase in the employer's paid share for health insurance. A 5% cost of living increase for probate judges has already been approved. And so we'll just continue to be watchful and monitor for things that will impact our budget, especially around law enforcement and any other state employees.
Just to plug a commercial, the Association of Counties will be offering insurance to counties this year, so.
Health insurance?
Health insurance.
All right. And some additional factors that we will talk about as we move forward, the transportation sales tax proposal. We'll be talking about the fire millage for capital, evaluating the Indian Land Fire District rooftop fee for millage. Right now it's $150. And so we'll be having conversations around that. We'll come back and discuss our capital request and looking at how we need to plan for future years, our capital taxes 2 and 3. And we also will revisit ARPA funding and just get a summary of where we stand on that and making sure that we appropriately spend down those funds, that we have a good closeout process, and making sure that we don't leave any of that funding on the table, and our reporting is accurate and timely for that as well.
We did want to clean up today from the conversation on Monday night. I think we said there's 7 or 8 million left in ARPA, but we need to clarify that really 1 million of that has not been allocated or assigned.
Correct. And so there is a list of projects that have been defined for all the funding. I believe the 1 million is the one project that's pending, but they have all been at least identified with the project. And we just want to make sure that before we close out this year by the December 31st deadline, that we are fully obligated with an executed contract or a secured PO for those things.
My question was Monday night was how much ARPA money do we have available to allocate? And You're saying,
What we thought you heard is how much is not spent is 8 million, but 7 of the 8 million has been assigned. That's what we want to clean up. 1 million, yes. And that's what, we talked about that afterwards the other night, and we said, oh, we didn't hear that, I didn't hear that right, to make sure we clarified that.
All right, and just kind of a snapshot of the entire budget request that we've looked at. If we look at all of the funding that's been requested from departments and those things that we know that we have to do, those first two bars are increases in contracts, utility rates, gas, things that we really don't have control over, but we have to pay, as well as that health insurance increase, we have to pay that. And so without even looking at the departmental request, we're already looking at an obligation that we'll have to make sure that we meet of that $1.7 million for those two. And then we start looking at, well, what's important to the county, what things do we want to make sure that we address, and that includes things like the salary increase, potentially 2% for all staff, as well as a merit pay, and looking forward at how we need to plan for modernizing or going into purchasing an ERP system. And so even though they're not required, they are important to the county, that we invest in our staffing, as well as making sure we invest in building up and becoming more streamlined in our, in our technology with the ERP system. And then when we add on to that the position requests that have come from departments, you add on almost another $10 million, and then the non-personnel requests, that's another $4.7 million. And so once we've added on those things that are strategic and important for the county, as well as what the departments are asking for, that puts us up to $19.5 million. So just a kind of a summary view of if we were to say yes to everything that's been put on the table, this would be the impact on our budget.
which would be how many meals?
That's a different kind of math.
How much?
Each meal is $1,000.
And that's 16 million in the.
Oh, 4,000. Let me jump back to because it's in here somewhere. There we go. Okay. Yep.
It's more than law will allow.
Yeah. Yeah. So if we take that,
I will allow, because I
take
want
that
zero
almost.
millage increase, zero.
Right.
Well, you need to
Is
stop
that's the
talking
goal?
then, if you want zero meal increase.
Okay. All right, so next steps for us will be next week, we will have the remaining departments come in and present their budgets to you. And the week after that, we'll come back and have a discussion specifically around personnel. And on or about May 8th, our county administrator will present the recommended budget for the next fiscal year. We'll have some time to come back and discuss, deliberate about it on May 15th, and then we'll have the first, second, and third reading before we adopt the budget for next fiscal year.
Dennis, are all these meetings at 1 o'clock?
I'm sorry, the workshops are, and the calendar, maybe in the front of your.
At the very front of your binder.
Doesn't say the time frame. We will have that in the Friday communication, but yes, workshops are 1 o'clock.
Can you send that time to us as soon as possible on the times of each meeting so I can get it on my calendar?
Ms. Simpson, we're going to resend out the time frames for the workshops so they have the 1 o'clock meetings on their calendars. We'll do that. We'll resend them. Okay. We have one more presentation for you. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Harris?
Any further questions?
Thank you.
No, thank
So
you all.
our,
You have absorbed a lot of data in a little bit of time. I can tell you that.
Well,
And
it comes with the territory, but I appreciate you all.
we appreciate what you've come in and done. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
so now the last one, I want to make sure you all have the updated PowerPoint for our road funding proposal. We had one, you'll see if they don't match what's on the screen, let us know, and we should have a hard copy. But I think we got them all updated. So this really is the accumulation, basically a year-and-a-half conversation, because 2 retreats ago, we started talking about this. Last January, we had another update, and I want to give Jeff Cato amount of high praise. He's engaged every municipality, CDOT, talked with RFATs. He's worked with all of our community partners to think about this road program. Also, a big thanks to our CTC members. They've digested this information. And so Jeff will run through where CTC is basically landed, and then some other thoughts as we think about revenue. So Jeff, if you want to zoom through, I think council's heard the first 4 pages. If you want to get into, I don't know what the page, the fourth, keep going one more. One more. There you go. I want to highlight on this one. I'll take some of this. Again, this is where we talked about, we have the Attorney General's opinion. We can do a third sales tax initiative, voter approved. The legislation provides up to 1% that can run concurrently with the other ones. This transportation can be for no more than 25 years. This is where I want to spend a little bit of time at the end of Jeff's presentation. What we'd originally thrown out as a concept was a 25-year plan. As we talk about the revenue forecast for this, I think we can actually do a 15-year plan. And I think that may have a lot of pros and cons, and we'll talk about what revenue assumptions you're comfortable with to help determine this full time frame. And then we'll get to that in a slide, so Jeff can take it from the CTC conversation on the next slide.
Thank you, thank you. Y'all ready for the second shift?
Yes.
Okay, we'll hit the high points. This is very, very important.
Been on your feet a lot today.
Oh, man, yeah. But again, I don't want to keep you here any longer, but it is very important to go through this, looking for all the guidance we can from council. We've talked about this for a long time. Finally got turned loose on it, and we've been all over the place. CTC's probably worked harder in the last 3 months than they have in the last 10 years, and they've always worked hard. So we've met with them, come up with some, again, these are concepts only. We've gotten some pretty close estimate of costs or whatever, but again, they're concepts. And when you're talking about large projects that take a long time, things do change over time. But again, just to paint the entire picture of what a capital sales penny sales could do to fund road funding, intersections, and things of that. They kind of tried to break it down in as many categories as they could because it's so broad at what you can use on it. But you want to keep it simple to where people could understand, because ultimately, if we go this route, it is up to the voters, and it's just our opinion. This is the way to go because we're going to have so many needs in the next 15, 20 years. They're going to far outweigh whatever little bit we can get in from a capital sales tax for 7 years, or a extra C funds, or a road fee, or things of that nature. That's just a drop in the bucket compared to the needs we're going to have. With that being said, CTC discussed a lot, and again, we went around to all the municipalities, the COG, RFATs, SCDOT, and just kind of pulled resources and talked this out, but we came up with what they would call some major widenings, and everyone knows the biggest one would be 521 up there. We talked with RFATs and CTC at their initial meeting, said, well, they were hearing a number about $50 million. And RFAT said, well, ideally for the infrastructure bank application, there's much money that could come from the county. So CTC really talked on this and used their contacts. They came up with a concept estimate to recommend $70 million to go towards 521 widening. And again, with that much money plus $10 million from capital sales 3, probably won't. I know the initial project maybe said from Marvin Road to the state line or whatever, but with that kind of money, talk about widening as much as you can, and maybe even look at their scope, because it's a few years older now, so that's, again, that would be programmed. That would be a match from the county for the DOT and RFATs to decide what design they're going to come up with, and we wouldn't really be involved with administering that. That would be a little bit out of my realm. Harrisburg Road, again, from talk with DOT, not a lot of plans for it in the immediate future. I don't know why, but CTC backed it up, recommended just from Barberville to the North Carolina state line, because a lot of things now coming in, the developers are widening, putting in turn lanes, so based on TIAs and such. But they came in, recommended, $20 million. Our first concept estimate from basically from 160 all the way to the state line was around $30 million. Barberville Road came in, with the same way, and they chose to go just from Highway 160 to Harrisburg Road, whereas the initial estimate came in at around $31 million. And again, that was from 160 to the state line there as well. CTC recommended $21 million recommended for just that area. Henry Harris Road was kind of interesting because that's kind of popped up. We'll talk a little bit more about collector roads later. They denied any recommendation on that. We talked about a 3-lane section because the middle section is the county. You heard about the culvert that's going in. That's actually on our part. The other 2 parts are DOT maintained, and DOT kind of recommended, so we'll just do some shoulder widening, this, that, and the other. But anyhow, that one, CTC did not recommend that one. Riverside Road, again, from Highway 5 all the way down to the bypass, about 11.2 miles. So that initial concept estimate was like $40 million or so. So they tweaked that down, looking like they're going to go from the bypass to maybe the University Drive intersection there, and then the intersection close to the Foster Industrial Park where it comes in at rearranging that intersection, doing an improvement there. We've already got Capital Sales 3 helping fund with the COG, the intersection on Highway 5 in Riverside, so that's already going to be done. So again, they recommended $10 million program to that area there. And then Calvin Hall Road from the 160 basically to the state line, CTC denied any recommendation for that.
Jeff, let me stop you there a minute. These numbers they got contingencies in them for years. I mean, that's years down the road, or they try to build some in?
Everything was built in with about 30% contingency, but again, we didn't get all the way down to the nuts and bolts because there's major widenings, you have utility conflicts, right-of-way conflicts. That's just something, there's 3 months worth of work crammed into about 3 weeks to get it. So again, they're concepts. They're very close.
I got you.
But they do have contingencies built in, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and then a lot, again, with meeting with DOT, where we realize you can't widen every road even with $1 tax, so they came up with a lot of intersections. CTC went over them, and Shiloh Unity at Unity Church, US 601 at 265. That's my family's old neck of the woods. My daddy said good luck in ever seeing that done. It's been that way his whole life. But New Hope Road and Solar Road, Gillsbrook Road out at Highway 9 where the Comporium is now, you're trying to turn right. There is a turn lane there, but can't put like 2 cars stack in it. You have Shiloh Unity at 522, Shelley Mullis Road at 521, Henry Harris at Stacy Howie, that whole configuration there. I think they even carried over into, I think that's Collins Road up there next. That's just a bad area there. Sun City at Promenade, again, mostly during the holidays, but the configuration of that. SC9 at Potter Road did have some work done there on the hill, but they're talking more of a safety type improvement there, more lighting and things of that nature, maybe some shoulder widening.
Jeff, can you back up for a second?
Yes, sir.
Shelley Mullis Road and US 521, are they talking about putting a turning lane on 521 on the Shelley Mullis? Or?
Yes, sir. That was, and again, we talked with our development services folks. There's a development going in there, has a curb cut coming close northbound to the Shelley Mullis intersection. And one of the CTC members actually, I think he actually lives up there, he was like, why is there not a right turn lane on to Shelley Mullis? So,
It definitely needs one. That would improve the traffic throughput there a lot.
And based on, like I said, based on our conversations here, with our development services crew, and with DOT, with all their encroachments and TIEs along there, it doesn't look like there's one plan for the immediate future.
I mean, it's always been my contention that every development ought to have a turning lane to pull traffic off the highway.
That's exactly right.
Then Van Wyck Road at 521, that was a big request from the town, actually. We talked with them pretty extensively. Dobie's Bridge Road at the school signal intersection, Van Wyck Road at 521, they recommended out on 521.
I think one of them, the developments, has to put a turn lane in there.
Yes, sir. And that may have been the basis of their denial. And same with Dobie's Bridge Road. The way they're thinking is there's going to be so much work eventually on 521 it'll take care of that. And then Camp Creek Road, Rocky River Road, again, just more of an alignment there for that intersection. And then the Grace Avenue, Bethel Road, we all call it the yield at the church down there. They're like looking at a way to straighten that out down there. So again, they approved all those intersection improvements in theory and concept. And some of those intersection improvements could be roundabouts, but the specific roundabouts they were looking at were Henry Harris Road at Marvin Road, digging that one back up. I know it's been on a radar for some time. Steel Hill Road at Van Wyck Road, that's the one really from the town of Van Wyck. That was one of their big things. And then the University Drive, Hubbard Drive, yes, sir.
265 and 601, wasn't that supposed to be done a long time ago for the gold mine?
Yes, sir.
Why? And was the state supposed to do it?
Yeah, same thing, University Drive and Hubbard Drive, same way. It was on the books to be done. Just don't quite know, and even the DOT said, well, it just kind of got off the radar.
Yeah, I think they actually did some surveying one time up there at where that roundabout was going, I think.
Yes, sir.
And then that project was dropped.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Then you have Shallow Unity Road at 200, Shallow Unity Road at Camp Creek. Those were mostly from SCDOT, their thoughts of a lot of people will start using Shallow Unity more to bypass Lancaster. That's hard to say, but that's the theory of it. They're getting more average daily traffic using Shallow Unity. Okay, the Lancaster County maintained road priorities. Again, these are more of county roads that would have more than just resurfacing to them. And again, you've heard me talk about this before, and it picked up a lot of steam a few years back. But again, Vance Baker Road is a big one, the county maintained road there. And simply, it's not because the road's in bad shape. We've heard it from roads like Green Pond Road. I believe y'all heard it Monday night about Dogwood Trail, Rise Lane, another example. These roads are fine, pavement's fine. It's just pavement's only about 8 or 9 feet, 10 feet wide, so that'd be a challenge there. Sandra Lane, the same way. If you're not familiar with that, that's the signal at Walmart on 521. People cutting through to get back to Calvin Hall. That Sandra Lane is a county-maintained road, very narrow, no right-of-way. And then some business park road improvements. Some of our business parks down the road, Heath Springs Business Park, McMillan Park Drive, the county maintains and owns those roads in there. And to keep things up, those are heavier duty roads, probably weren't built to the standard that we have now, so they would be upgraded. Another one too is like the Reese right out here in town, the Reese Road, Lyman Reese Road intersection there. Very narrow and got a good bit of traffic and some properties off that. And then the resurfacing, rehabilitation of county SCDOT, local municipality roads. The preliminary estimate, and this is the one that, as far as county staff, we were the most involved with, because this is your local roads. This is your county-maintained roads and your lower volume DOT roads, like in your cities and in your towns. Out in the rural parts of the county, you have some DOT roads that are just in terrible shape, and they're not on any kind of cycle to be rehabilitated. Our thoughts were, with this type of funding, and we kind of know our limits, we can get $3 to $4 million a year in resurfacing out to bat there, and those could be handled. And that way people will be seeing results as these larger projects are planned and prioritized and done, either as pay-go or however else. So this was a big input from the county here, and we included all of our municipalities and CTC. We asked $100 million because we were thinking about $4 million a year for 25 years, basically. But it would have encompassed all of the city of Lancaster, town of Kershaw, town of Van Wyck, and town of Heath Springs requests, because they all submitted requests that they would like to see done. So this would have been covered in all that. I guess they were being a little bit more conservative than we were and backed off their recommendation to $75 million on that.
Mr. Cato, can you highlight on that one, all the requests from the municipalities and the SCDOT and ours? Jeff has a spreadsheet where you need magnifying glass, but I think that encompasses 125 roads that have been identified?
126 roads, I believe.
Okay. So we've got a detailed list from each municipality. So for instance, the city of Lancaster has 31. I don't know how many. Kershaw has a lot, but it accommodates all their requests.
Can you send us that list?
Yeah.
And then, like I said, DOT, their secondary resurfacing, again, these roads like the portion of Linwood Drive that wasn't done, way down on the Mount Carmel end down there. West Shiloh, Unity Road, Doc Garris, South Potter, Hayward Huff. Roads like that, they do have, on the SCDOT rating system, they do have the high average daily traffic counts. But they're in competition with other roads like Highway 200 or Highway 9. The way they prioritize things, sometimes the federal aid candidates, like something like that, you might see a portion of 200 get resurfaced twice before these roads would be in there. So this came heavy recommended from SCDOT, and we estimated, again, the concept, about $650,000 a mile, and come out to about $25 million. They were pretty enthused about getting those roads to us, and CTC recommended them all. And then with the, economic development interest, we talked about some things to do about like with our business parks. Again, it came up to us, there's no road connectivity for Lot 6 and the Air Rail Park out there. Maybe if some of this funding could be used to build that road, then, you have a better opportunity there. And the big thing too is, like I said, everything, when you're dealing with the traffic, particularly in the Panhandle area, one option to that is to find a way to have some collector roads. I believe there's a collector road study that will be included in our comp plan for, hopefully for approval. You'd have to start somewhere, so if you don't go ahead and obtain the right-of-way, which this funding could possibly be used for, if you don't obtain the right-of-way, you can have the plan, but you might have a business or a subdivision or something built where your road was going to be. So that's a good idea for that, to have a network of collector roads in that area. And then we got to the greenways, sidewalk repairs, sidewalk additions to SCDOT right-of-way. And again, the concept came in at about $7 million. CTC recommended $5 million, $2.5 million for each trails there, Lindsay Pettis Greenway and Indian Land Trail. DOT recommended some sidewalk repair, mostly in the municipalities where they maintain the sidewalk within their right-of-way. As you know, our county roads, we don't maintain the sidewalks. Anyhow, CTC recommended denial on that, and then we just threw in things like pedestrian improvements, crosswalks, bike trails, things of that nature, and they've recommended denial on that as well. And signalization, again, with having more services, more urbanized areas, more improvements, like I spoke of the improvement that's coming on Highway 5 at Riverside. There's actually going to be a signal there. I'm going to hit a signal on Highway 5 on my way to work. I've never done that before. But anyhow, with massed arms, we currently have 3 countywide. Even the towns we're talking about, like Kershaw said, well, we would maybe one day like to change our intersections over to massed arms. And of course, if you have massed arms and you have to replace them, they're pretty expensive, about $250,000 a pop. So that was recommended denial by the Transportation Committee. And then some safety improvements. Again, they're just trying to touch all bases. A multi-year guardrail program that included rehabilitation to existing areas. We removed that, as DOT kind of stated. They feel like they have a pretty good guardrail program, and they said, felt like they had enough funding for that. Didn't really want to add into that to take away some of their other recommendations. And then like passing lanes in your rural sections, like out on 903, 521 south of Lancaster, like if you've ever ridden out that way and going by and maybe someone's farming and they pull their tractor out onto 903 and you're kind of stuck trying to get around them. But again, SCDOT stated they weren't really in favor with that type of practice. So
Did they say why they weren't in favor of it? I mean, Georgia has them, I think Tennessee has them, Virginia has them.
It was the safety aspect of how they tail off sometimes. And I know because I go to Tallahassee a good bit, so I have to go through South Georgia. And I'm always one of the ones stays in the slow lane, so I'm the dummy that gets blown at by the horns. But anyhow, sometimes you'll merge back from the right, sometimes from the left. And they're going national-wide data. They said they have more crash data from where those type of lanes merge together, as one might not have noticed the sign to merge left or merge right. So they just kind of didn't, again, and not so much that they weren't in favor of it, it's just the other things that they wanted probably had higher priority. And then my favorite slide, a miscellaneous slide. Again, we come in with the Bethel and Bethel Boat Landing Road. Again, that intersection going into Edgewater, just a little bit of skewed there to where there's like not a terrible problem there, but we're talking about realigning that intersection there. Again, as a county road guy, I had to throw Green Pond Road in there but just because of the width, not because of what could develop off the end of it or whatever, but they denied that one, but they recommended, $2 million toward that intersection. And then you have an administration, contingency, matching staff. Again, staff was requesting, because there's going to be stuff that's going to come up. If this thing goes, it's a long time, things will come up. Priorities will change over that period of time. Contingencies will change. And so we had put that additional $50 million in there. And also, too, the administration part of it. Projects this large, we're going to have to talk about, do we need a right-of-way agent? We're probably going to have some staff that work solely on this program like other counties have. I think York County has 6 people working on their pennies, which is voted in consecutively all these years, but it's only a 7-year time frame. But so they have full-time staff, but we checked with our legal team with that. That would mean, but they would have to just work on these projects, but the funding could fund their positions with the county. CTC came back and recommended a $20 million tag on that. And again, with the contingencies, a lot of things when you go back to the county roads, especially, we're not going to forget about our low-volume gravel roads. We have a lot of them on the list, but the thing about it is to go from gravel to pave, we're not going to do that without the right-of-way, without having it built to the 22-foot fire marshal development service standards. So if you And a lot of people don't want to donate the right-of-way. So then we would have options to look at, do we want to purchase the right-of-way? Do we want to go eminent domain? Those were questions that we could have that could drive a price up on a project that you wouldn't be anticipating just to pave a gravel road. So the summary of their recommendations for their major widenings, they were at $121 million. Intersection improvements, $28 million. Roundabouts, $15 million. The Lancaster County major construction county road priorities, $5 million. Resurfacing of county, DOT, and local municipality roads, $75 million. SCDOT secondary resurfacing, $25 million. The economic development projects, including the possible acquisition of right-of-way for collector roads, $8 million. Greenways, sidewalk repairs, sidewalk additions, $5 million. And then $22 million on the miscellaneous. Gave you a total of about $304 million recommended by the Transportation Committee. And they did a great job. They really did. They put a lot of thought, a lot of research into it. And it's great to have a resource like that we could use. We're probably the only county that has utilized a Transportation Committee in that faction before. I don't think anyone else has done that. But if you're still thinking about that, and you can kind of go back to the original recommendations and what staff and DOT and the minutes that we had all gathered, you could think about that extra $10 million from Harrisburg Road, $10 million from Barberville, put Henry Harris Road back on there at $20 million, and then add some back in on the county and city resurfacing at $20 more million. A little bit more on your trails and sidewalks. Add in your signalization and your miscellaneous, that would be an additional $92 million that could bring you to a concept of $396 million. So again, we know what we're up against. We know the time frame. The next big thing, I guess, would be direction if this is still what council would like to proceed on. And then there's a huge factor in this, in my belief, that is called the education factor. That's getting out there. We can't advocate, but we can educate. And that's a series, public meetings, utilizing all of our resources, our communications folks, social media and stuff like that to let people know that if you vote for this and it comes, this is the type of results you could get. So with that, I'll close.
Well, actually, I'll take it from here, Jeff, so thank you very much
Turn it over to
again.
Dennis.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we were to decide to do a 25-year plan, 20 whatever, do we go by the number of years, or do we set, like if we say we're going to collect 425 million, if we get to 425 million at year 20, does it cut off?
We actually, that's a great question, because we are actually doing some more research on that. It has been intimated that it is whatever's reached first, the dollar amount or the years. But that's a little counterintuitive when you say you have a 25-year, and if you take the example of the capital project sales tax, you're able to get excess, but that's just by years. So we're trying to get the clarification on that. So that is on our to-do list.
Yeah,
But I think we definitely want to do it if we can by years, just to help our retailers, because they've got all programming their computers to collect it or not collect it, things like that.
Yeah.
You do a dollar amount, you hit that dollar amount, then you're supposed to stop. But these big companies and small companies both have hard times getting their software and computers programmed in to take that penny back off.
Well, you see from the slide about the actual capital project sales tax revenue, we're basing this on $15 million, but, you know, through last year, capital project sales tax brought in 16 million, over 16 million. And, you know, I'd rather go higher on the dollar amount with the understanding that, you know, you're going to increase your collections every year that you go out.
Well, and that's where I want to have, if I can transition into this slide and the next slide. So I want to make sure that when we first talked about this, we just said a straight 15 million was the tax revenue for the capital project sales tax on an annual basis last year when we first started this conversation. So we just said if you take $15 million a year, no escalation, no increase year over year, just $15 million a year times 25 is $375,000. So that's kind of how we, I'm sorry, thank you, $375 million. So that is just a straight $15 million a year for 25 years. You have actual here. This is from the Treasurer's Office. I've gone through it with our municipal advisor or our financial advisor. So we know 9.2 is the average over 14 years. Actual information from our capital project sales tax revenue. In the conversation with our financial advisor, he said that we're in a position where he would not recommend a rationale to go above our average because this 14-year recognizes COVID, quantitative easing. It goes back to 2010 when we were still coming out of part of a recession. It reflects some ups and downs in these past 14 years. So if you want to extrapolate that in the next 14 years, there can be some ups and downs. So he's saying that we're in a good position, that we've seen both ups and downs, that we wouldn't want to go above our average for a revenue projection, but there's really not much rationale to go below either. And so he said, you're pretty safe, a ceiling at 9% growth year over year going forward. If we go to the next slide, so what I've done is I've taken our current revenue projection, this is back to 15 million. We know this year we had 16.7 million. But if we start at 15 million, we put a 9% annual increase in the sales tax for the first 7 years. Then we actually lower it to be conservative in our revenue projections, don't know what's going to happen 15 years out. But if you put then just a lower escalation of 7% a year, that would generate 396 million. That doesn't factor in the fact we're going to have a Costco, we're going to have a Target. Who knows what other growth we're going to have, but we also don't know what other economic factors may be out there. So from my perspective, I think, and again, talking to our financial advisor, this is a sound revenue projection based upon our model of what we've had in the past. Again, you can play with the different numbers in terms of what comfort level you have on revenue projections on how much the sales tax will increase. But if you just go by those two estimates, it gives us with basically a $400 million program over 15 years. And I think that there's a value in going out to the public with a 15-year proposal versus a 25-year proposal. And then if we think realistically, my comment is that the 521 widening itself is going to take 8 years. And so then if you think about some of the other widening projects and how we sequence this, if we're going to do major work on 521, how do we sequence Henry Harris Road if we do that? Because that could be a relief road for 521. Do you try to do Henry Harris first if you want to go that route before you get to 521 so you can have a relief? But then also going back to the staff recommendation, CTC didn't take into account, I don't think, the schools at Harrisburg and Barberville Road. So that's why we have the staff in there. The CTC is saying only widen Harrisburg Road from Barberville to Pineville. They didn't take into account that we may have a new fire station from Barberville and Harrisburg down to Calvin Hall. So that's why we think it's important for you to hear the staff recommendation that we think we should widen Harrisburg Road all the way down to at least Calvin Hall, and then even the Barberville Road, they have that stop into Harrisburg Road, not taking into account the schools that are going to be there, just to take Barberville Road all the way to the state line. So I think there are some conversations that we'd like for you to deliberate on in terms of the overall package, but we have to have the fundamentals first. If you're comfortable with a $400 million package, if you're comfortable with a revenue estimate of this, and I still think there's going to be a lot more retail coming in the county in the next 15 years, that this is a sound revenue projection.
So y'all are going to recommend 15 years?
Yeah. So based upon this, so yes, if there, but the other thing that we have not asked you is that, are there other roads that have not been considered? The conversation the other night about Linwood Drive, thinking about Edgewater. We only have Bethel Boat Landing and Bethel Road addressed. A developer is going to address some other roads out there for Catawba Ridge, but I don't want to be in this situation again. I started this out, impact of growth. I don't want to be accused in 8 years that said, why didn't you widen this road? Why didn't you put this on the list? Why weren't you thinking ahead? You knew Edgewater is going to have 900 homes and Catawba Ridge is coming. So that's why I think we are thinking ahead, and we're trying to cover all of our bases on the Riverside Drive widening from 9 to University. I feel like we've done a pretty good job on trying to plan for growth, but still we have this time frame now if there are still some other roads. I think the important thing about getting to the $400 million package is it does include, with the staff recommendation, another $20 million basic contingency. I am concerned about cost escalations, knowing how much it has cost for paving, and who knows how much the contractors are going to be available between now and then. So. Then we'll wrap up. If you'll go ahead, just make sure you understand the context on the next slide is that we will be we will be one of 4 counties to have a transportation sales tax if it goes forward. There are 2 that have 3 local sales tax, so we'll be added to that list. Then Horry. Then if you go the full 1%, we'd go from 8% sales tax to 9%. You see York is at 7%. You can kind of see where the competition is in terms of sales tax around us. And then lastly, we'll go through a next slide. We think a lot of rationale for this. We don't have the funding otherwise. We'll still face the same congestion, and hope's not a plan. And so I want to be able to say to voters, we have a plan for you. This is a sound plan. But lastly, here's the time frame that we're still under, is that we've done a deliberation with CTC now through April. Here we are giving you this proposal. We have to have first reading. You have to have some direction for us at one of the upcoming budget retreats so that we can have a budget ordinance for May 28th. We've had conversations. We have a draft ordinance working with Ms. Heiser. The actual budget ordinance, and we can give you a draft, for the voters to see the referendum, it will be more broad. There will not be a list of 129 roads that voters will see. Voters will basically see a ballot question and maybe say in 4 broad categories: major road improvement, resurfacing. So it won't be detailed, but everyone will know that we have an underlying plan. But it also won't be, so to speak, a prioritized plan, because everything will work in tandem. We'll be working with the RFATs to lock down the 521. We can start the Henry Harris study or whatever it is. We can start the intersection improvement at Bethel Boat Landing. So a lot of these things will start moving in tandem, so we can't tell people necessarily that there is one road priority. I can't tell Kershaw that this road's going to be paved in 2029 or whatever. It may be sooner.
We have a list.
We'll have a list. We will definitely have a list.
Refer them to
Yeah.
the
Oh, yeah.
list.
And so I would suggest in this time frame, if you've seen in the paper, for Jeff and I to go again, either meet with political bodies to go to their meetings and do this presentation so that we again start to build the education campaign, but to make sure one last time we hear from our partners if they have any other proposals, concerns, or projects that they think should be addressed as part of this proposal.
You know, I like the 15-year. I think that's a plus. And educating with this presentation also. But I would, as I said, you're going to send us the list. I would like to be able to say how the referendum will read, and if they need additional information, where they can go.
So we'll work on, Jeff and I will work on meeting with the towns again in public forum, but we will have your list. We will push for more clarity and action here at one of our next 2 budget workshops, so then we can be on track for a May 28th decision. Or you can make a decision before then, yay or nay. But we want to keep that. May 28th is our kind of drop dead. Thank you.
That it?
That's it. Anything else from, again, our finance team? You good?
Y'all good?
Thank you very much.
Thank y'all very much for your hard work.
Y'all want to make a motion to adjourn?
Might as well stay longer. We've been here all day.
Motion to adjourn.
A motion for Carr and a second for Blackman. All in favor, raise your right hand. This meeting is adjourned.